What is up, Super Fam and Bro Varen alike? Welcome back to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. Yo, I am so excited to have all you lovely ladies and gentlemen here with me today as we can continue our From Watcher to Reader series. Yo, so that is right. Welcome back to From Watcher to Reader Season 4. We're diving into Episode 2 of The Shadow Rising, covering Chapters 7 through 12. Things are heating up, and it's just going down, bro. I am just so ready for this, and it's wholeheartedly, and it's all in its full entirety, bro. Like, I am so hyped for this, bro. Um, uh... Yeah, I am so hyped for this today, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Today, if you guys are new around here and aren't sure how we do things, this is our book club covering the fourth book of Wheel of Time. Again, the series is called From Watcher to Reader. I'm really excited doing all of this stuff. We started off as reading. We started off watching this show, and we are now reading these books. Not only because Wheel of Time has been canceled, hashtag save Watt, but also because without this amazing fan base, we would have never even known about the show, let alone these books and all the other areas that it has taken us here. So today we're covering chapters 7 through 12. I'm pretty hyped to check them out. I'm pretty hyped to get into it. Uh, Alrighty, but yeah, we're gonna be getting into our chat talk first and foremost. Chat talk is just where we talk to chat, just get a little chit chatting here and there, kind of figuring out how you guys are doing, locking in with y'all, letting you know how stuff is going here with for me and on the channel, all that good stuff. And then we can get into some more things as we continue on and as we proceed. I got my handy dandy notebook here for all of the notes that I was taking for this episode that we're in now. Because damn, there was a lot of things going on, a lot of things happening. So I had to make sure that I was locking in, and locking in. I indeedly doobly doodly skooski was all right. Um, yeah, bro. I had no idea what we were in for. I had no idea what we were in for, but I honestly loved every single minute of it, yo. Like every single minute of it. It was thoroughly amazing. Um, yeah, it was thoroughly amazing, bruh. So I have no idea what we're even gonna be in for next week when we start that reading. But I mean, damn, bro, like it's insane. Just to do a little clean house, make sure you guys drop a like and a share on the stream because it helps out tremendously around these parts, man. You know the YouTube gods want that sacrifice. They need that sacrifice. And from you, that is a like, that's a comment, and that is a share to someone else to kind of help, that algorithm do what the algorithm need to do. Man, I know I haven't seen you guys in a really long time, but that's just because my OBS was absolutely tripping. Like I could not, I don't know what was going on. I could not stream to save my life. Literally, no idea what was the cause behind it, but I just could not stream. I couldn't stream to Twitch, to YouTube, to anything. It was just tweaking. And then when I fixed it, I could stream to everywhere but YouTube. It was just wild. It was a wild turn of events. So we're back though. We're here now. I'm hoping everything is all fixed and ready to get it going. So I'm excited. I'm excited to keep things moving and to just really lock in with how things have been going on with this episode, with this season so far. And I'm hoping that there's no more delays. I hope there is no delays at all for what we need to do here. Because I mean, goodness, man, I wanted to be a lot farther than we are currently, but hey, it'd be like that sometimes, and sometimes it'd be like that. You know what I'm saying? But with all that, we also have an updated look at what that list is going to be like going forward for the next couple of weeks. Since we did have to take off those weeks where everything was tripping. Now we're going to be ending the book literally with the year. So when the year comes to an end, this book will be coming to an end for us as well. And I think that is just nice and poetic. You feel me? I think that works out really nicely, if I do say so myself. So that has me hyped as well because I love this book and I think it's going to be awesome to end this year with this book, especially because this is also going to be our last time doing From Watcher to Reader on this Marvel Bros channel. That's right. If you guys are new here, if you guys do not know what's cracking off, we do have a new channel that has been made, and it is called From Watcher to Reader. And on that channel, we will be doing all of our Marvel Bros book clubs from now on after this book. So starting with Wheel of Time Book 5, Mistborn Book 2. Those are going to be some of the books that we're starting with on that channel over there. And what else is there? There's something else that I'm missing. I can't remember what it is, but there's another thing that I'm missing that I think another book that we're going to be reading over there, and it's going to be awesome. So if you guys have not already, make sure you go find the From Watcher to Reader channel. Subscribe. I should be able to drop some links here in the chat in just a second. I know we got about 17 subscribers over there already. I have a video that for this section of the reading, I actually did chapter by chapter like post reactions to every single chapter that I read. And it was awesome. Like, that was awesome. It was awesome doing it that way because I was really able to like get my thoughts together immediately after every chapter and be like, holy shit, this is the thing that just happened, or this is the thing that I loved, or how much crazy it was, or whatever. That video, it ended up being about an hour long though, and it's just me talking about chapters 7 through 12. So I might release that full hour long video over on on that page of YouTube, just so you guys can see my reactions after every chapter, starting with chapter 7 and then going on through the rest of the book. But I also am not entirely sure how I would want to do it. Maybe I could release like each part like one by one rather than all of it at once. I don't know. I'm up for some ideas there. You know what I mean? There's about since what 7 through 12. Every chapter is a video about talking about that chapter, and all of them are about 5 to 10 minutes long, maybe a little bit longer. You know what I mean? So if you guys would like to see that full video, or if you want me to just post them piece by piece, whatever you guys want, I'll try to do that. I'll probably do some experimenting with that From Watcher to Reader channel just to see how it works. Especially with clips and all these other things that YouTube make you do nowadays. Let me see if I can just get this account for you guys here so I can drop it in. Here we go. There we go. Here's the link. The link is in the comment section down below. And then I'll try to pin it to all of the foreseeing, like the videos in the future and so on and so forth. So that is our From Watcher to Reader channel that will be getting a lot more stuff posted to it coming in the near future. Let's jump into chat for a little while here before we get into the meat and potatoes of today. Yo, what's up with my guy KP? How you doing, brother? I hope you've been well. What's up with it? I see him. Hope you're having a good day as well. I'm happy to have you here live with us. Yo, happy you could catch a live as well. Yes, we are going to be doing the Shadow Rising weekly now. My stream was tripping, but we're all back and right back at it. So every week we'll be doing this again. So yeah, we're locked in. Let's see. I don't know if you can hype. Like, YouTube has this new feature for hyping videos. I don't know if that works for streams, but I'm pretty sure that it does work for YouTube videos. So once we start that From Watcher to Reader channel up for real, we're definitely going to have to get some hypes going on that as well. We're still basically in episode 1 of season 3 of the show, but a bit from episode 2 and 3 in this section. I agree. I agree. Yo, Asim, I hope this isn't off topic. But Sensei, seeing you're a Marvel fan, I was wondering if you're familiar with Agents of Shield. This is my favorite superhero show. Yes, brother, I absolutely love Agents of Shield or AOS, but you really don't need the, I mean, but yeah, I love Agents of Shield, bro. Agents of Shield is phenomenal. It's probably one of the best shows that Marvel has made. Definitely up there. Especially it's a little cheesy. Don't get me wrong, but I like a little cheese. I like a little Gouda, a little feta. Never hurt nobody. And I really like what they've done, what they did with that show. It's kind of unfortunate that Marvel doesn't view it as complete canon to the MCU. It's kind of out there in that it's MCU canon, but it's not actually canon to the Sacred Timeline type of vibe, if that makes sense, especially with all the stuff that they've been doing recently. I don't want to get too Marvel nerdy here for you book nerds, but I really enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy that show. I need to jump back in. I need to watch it again, honestly. I've watched it maybe 2 or 3 times, but I think it's definitely time for me to do another rewatch. I know they tried really hard to coincide with the MCU events that were happening, but everything was so in-house and trying to keep so under wraps and so secretive that it was hard to really kind of, get those projects passed back and forth in the way that they really needed to be for things to be as cohesive as we, the fans, wanted them. Nevertheless, I still enjoyed the show. I think it definitely came and did what it needed to do. And yeah, I'm excited. I am pumped for hopefully anything that we could get from Agents of Shield, because I feel like, especially now that we're in this whole multiverse saga, we could possibly see some Agent Coulson or some Daisy, some little Quake here, a little something there. I don't think that's outside of the realm of possibility, it seems, at all. Yeah, definitely phenomenal. Going to transition your old videos over? Yeah, that is definitely the plan. I'm going to get all of my old streams, and then I'll try to just make videos out of those streams and then post those over there, or something. Try to get the meat and potatoes of certain sections or certain reviews. Those are all long. Those are all very long videos, but, it matters. It doesn't matter. I'm not sure. Um, but I'll also have my playlist from over here, over there, and there, here, and it'll all be nicely intertwined together, hopefully, so everything is a little seamless. All right. We are ready to get into it. Chat, I am pumped, man. I am really excited because I did enjoy this chapter so much. Like, these chapters, to be completely honest. Let's see. Let's see if all this works here. Oh no, I don't have a. That's fine. That is fine. Let me know how you guys are doing today, though, chat. I hope it's a lovely, wonderful Wheelie Wednesday for you, because it's definitely a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday for me. And I hope you guys have been having a good one. I am so excited to really be getting into the flow of book club for real. Like, bro, I was low key sick with how it was before. Like, with how just, yeah, I was low key sick not being able to read and just do all the things that I really wanted to do. But here we are, and we are going to be ready to get things cracking. That's all I can say, is I'm just ready to get things back in action, you guys, and I hope you guys are also ready to get it back in action too. All right, I think we are ready to get everything going. Wait, I'm looking for. Here we go. Bam. I want to make sure this is the right thing. Bam. Yo, if you would like to support all of the stuff that we do here at Marvel Bros, you always can. Please make sure you check out our Patreon link. You will get all of the videos that we do, all the stuff that we record around here first on that page, whether it's these book clubs, whether it's one thing, whether it's the other. You'll be able to get access to all of it on that Patreon, and every single dollar helps what we do around here at Marvel Bros, of course. And if you haven't already, you guys want to make sure that you're in that Discord. We're going through a little bit of a Discord overhaul right now. I know the Discord's been a little bit cluttery, kind of everywhere, but I want to make sure that we have those specific sections for every side of the fan base until we do need to branch off a little bit more into something else by possibly making a new Discord. But that's a discussion for another day. We got spoiler chats for shows like Welcome to Deary that we've been watching, and we will be watching the second episode on Halloween, which is amazing. I'm so happy for that. And again, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring that bell so you don't miss out on the next chapter of our From Watcher to Reader series, because man, it's been going good, and I think it's going to keep on going good. So first off, I want to say that this section had absolutely everything that I didn't know that I needed. I'm talking relationship dramas, lore dumps, power levels. Like it was just dream worlds, everything, bro. We really got an insane amount from this section. And I also feel like the reread value of this book is going to be phenomenal. I really feel like that about every book in the series, but for some reason, every chapter that we read here, I just feel like I'm missing out on things. And I feel like there's little things that I don't really understand the nuance of completely. But that's probably just because we haven't got to the point where it's completely revealed as to why that shit matters entirely. But I do pick up on some things from watching the show and knowing roughly where some of those storylines will lead to. But I feel like this book is going to go so much farther and so much deeper than the show ever has done and ever did. And I mean, we're literally, 12 chapters down at this point, and already I have I already have a much deeper understanding of what the show was trying to accomplish in that last final season that we got from Prime Video. And you know, like I keep going into my notes and I'm like, oh my goodness, did this mean this and that mean that? And then I'm like trying to tie all these things back together. For all of my super nerds out there, I have been wanting to build a detective board, but I don't know how to build a detective board. So you know, I kind of need some help with that. I don't know exactly how to do that. I don't know where to start when it comes to a lot of the things over there. So you know, I'm a little confused, but I'm lucky I got my notes here, though, so I can always stay up to date with all the things that are going on. You know, and one thing I also want to definitely highlight here, since we're in our overall thoughts portion, is Rand's paranoia is indefinitely through the roof. And I don't want to say indefinitely, but it is definitely through the roof. My watch is about to die, and I'm gonna keep looking at it. But it is definitely through the roof, bro. He keeps tweaking. I feel like it is for good reason as well. We do find out a lot in these chapters about not just Rand, but about even all of the evil shit that's going on around Rand, that he has essentially no ability to change, right? There's no ability for him to change these things around him. And it's very unfortunate, but he just is he's definitely forced into these crazy situations, and you're gonna have to he just gotta roll with the punches, you know when to hold them, know when to roll them, walk away, and when to run, and all of that good stuff. Because I mean, god damn, bro just cannot catch a break sometimes. It's pretty brutal to watch him go through all of these things. And you know, it's just like, Jesus, bro, like this man got too much going on. And the Taveran and those Taveran stress levels are off the charts completely. I think I ask this question so often, but it's because I forget it. But I think I also put it in my notes somewhere, and we'll probably go into more depth there when we get to that moment. But it's like, damn, I keep forgetting that Rand is not just like the chosen one, because he's the chosen one, but he's also like the chosen one squared, right? Or like the chosen one to the fourth power, because he's like the strongest Taveran that there's ever been. Because I'm pretty sure it's kind of like not a frogs and toads, but like chicken or the egg type of thing, to where like, not chicken or the egg, I don't know what the shit I'm trying to say, but not every dragon reborn has been a Taveran, and not every Taveran is obviously not a dragon reborn, but it's like, he just so happens to be a perfect Venn diagram of all of these different things that are intersecting onto this map that is who the hell he is. And that's pretty awesome to see that, even just to see how that is playing out. And then the way that I feel like Robert Jordan is laying a lot of seeds in these chapters for things that are going to come to fruition, not just for Rand, but every other character that is a part of what we see here. And then you got Egwene, Nynaeve, and Elaine. Every scene with them feels like every possible emotion and reaction you could do to anything, right? Like, that's the way that I've been feeling about them, is each one of them have a different reaction to a situation, and they're all constantly feeling all these different ways. It's really funny just to see them either go all in on something or to just completely ignore something. But one of them is always pointing something out that the other ones are missing. And then if they miss it, they're just acting like they knew it the whole time anyway, so they cannot let everybody know that they're off the Richter scale. And I think that's hilarious. Going into some other overall thoughts that I have, is these chapters are where the Shadow Rising really starts flexing the differences between the male and female halves of the one power. I feel like they've done a really good job. I feel like, it's done a really good job of explaining how things are different, but now we also get this visual, well, as much of a visual representation as you can get when you're reading something, but you get to get this visual representation of how these characters are actually able to interact or not interact with the one power, and not just the one power, but all these other metaphysics that goes around it, right? They're just kind of able to, I don't want to say feel the vibes, tell that things are happening around them, but not necessarily feel the vibes, right? And that's very, very interesting to me. But with all of that, we also find out that Rand is now figuring out that he can do some of these things that have never been done before, which is like maybe sensing Saidar a little bit. And I thought that was crazy. Like, there are huge questions that I feel like raise around that. Like, is he able to do that because he's the Dragon Reborn? Or is that just because he's a male channeler, and every male channeler has this innate ability to kind of lock in with these different things as well, right? I feel like there's a lot of questions that are being raised here. And then it's like, or is it just him because his character sheet is loaded with buffs and debuffs stacked to the ceiling? I feel like it's one or the other. I'm not sure which one, but I feel like it's one of them, and I'm feeling pretty confident about that. We also get to see him casually showing how strong he really is. Not even in battle mode, he's just kind of playing around, and it still gets out of hand. And it's really wild seeing him outside of his pure rage moment, still not being able to control himself and the things that are going on around him. I think it just really goes to show how OP this dude really is. You feel me? Like, he is just like through the roof OP, and it's really awesome to see the way that Rand continues to handle himself, and even just how kingly he felt in these chapters, and how he immediately just kind of fell into the role, and even the people around him could see that he was falling into the role. And before, where they would make fun of him, now it seems that they're a little bit more like, nah, he really might be that guy. And I like to see that. I like to see people looking at Rand and being like, okay, hold on, bro, might be him. He might be Timothy Johnson, and maybe we were tripping. And that is it's crazy to see that happening, but I also love to see it happening. It's also insane to think that this is book 4, right? We are 4 books in, and this is the journey that we have seen these characters go on. And not that we're ending this journey with any of them by any means, but it's like we're not even at a checkpoint. I don't know, because I think there's 15 books or 14 books. So, we're really not at a checkpoint until we get to 5, because it's like 5 to 10 and then finish it with the last 4 or whatever. But since at this 4th book, and we're not even halfway through the 4th book, I just see so many more things, and everything feels so much more tangible and contextualized, bro. And I can't wait to get to book 5. Like, that's how I feel right now. I'm happy that we're not gonna have to wait for these other, wait for the show to come out so we can catch up. We will be piggybacking from book to book, just so we can do that until that will ramp up, and then maybe we can do some more books at one time. But still, I'm just so happy to be here. Like, that's how this book makes me feel. It's like, man, what a time to be alive. The way Jordan explains the differences between how men and women channel that whole a woman teaching a man to use the one power is like teaching him to give birth. Bars, bro. Like that is just bars upon bars upon bars. Like there is no way a woman could could translate that for our man brain, right? Like our man brain won't be able to understand what the hell is happening, bro. No matter how much it's explained to us, we wouldn't be able to really understand it, right? And I know that I've talked to my wife about it, and she can't even really explain it because, of course, she can't. And I don't think any woman would have to explain childbirth to another woman. They just kind of, if they've been through it, then they know of it, right? And then that's very similar to how it feels with this channeling situation. Is if you have sensed it, if you have utilized it, if you have felt its presence within you, then you understand this in a completely different way than anyone else does. And even the way that they were talking about how the women have to kind of give into the flow while the men are kind of fighting against the storm in order to control this power. I really like every analogy that was used. They were so simple but also so effective in really portraying what the hell is going on for all of these people, bro. Like god damn. And then out of nowhere, we get the most chill breakup ever. And it's just like, what's happening here? Like I said this. I think I said this during my. I'm pretty sure I said this during my instant reaction, but it is really. And I said it during my like notes so many times, but it's amazing how Robert Jordan is like able to get this crazy balancing act between. Um, Hold on. Okay, okay. I lost it, but I got it. Okay. It's crazy how Robert Jordan is able to do this perfect balancing act of Riverdale meets Game of Thrones. Like, and not even in a cheesy way or a bad way, but it's just, he gives you like this relationship drama, this character drama, all of this stuff that's going on here, and then it's an entire like fire, hell, death, like people are dying left and right, but then it's also I'm breaking up with you. I don't think we're right for each other, but also I want to be with you though. And then also this chick is standing here naked at your door. Like, bro, there's just so many levels to this shit. And I am interested in every level, right? I'm interested when it comes to the action. I'm interested when it comes to the lore, and I am also still interested when it comes to their relationship drama that is borderline high school esque. I'm here for all of it, across the board. So I love that. I love that. And I think I even made this note not last week, but in the last episode that you can see how I don't want to say that Robert Jordan was old when he was making these, but you can see that he at least had younger people around him that he looked at, like that were this age, but he looked at them as still being very quote unquote childish, I guess you could say. But I mean, let's be honest, like your modern day 20-year-old is definitely a little different from, your 20-year-old from Robert Jordan's day, your modern day 20-year-old from his day. It's definitely different, but still, you got these 20-year-olds that are very teenager-esque. Oh my god. That are very teenager-esque, and it's kind of hard. It's not hard to see where that's coming from, but it's just like, damn, bro, like, like, damn. Um, okay, but yeah, this chapter was just full of just heartache and heartbreak and emotional strings being tugged and pulled and played upon, and I'm here for every second of it. And I hope you guys are too. So let me know how you guys are feeling about how everything is going so far. We're just doing that was my overall thoughts of the book. I'm trying to be a little more concise and precise with how we do things around here because I don't want to I don't want to I'm just saying I'm trying to be a little bit more on point with how everything is going. So um so Yeah, let me know how you guys are feeling in the comment section down below. Give me some of your thoughts, theories, and opinions about this book. We're about to get through it. I'm ready. I'm willing. I'm able, and I hope you guys are too. Um, I had no idea that it wasn't a. I didn't know that Predator Badlands wasn't R rated. I actually don't like that. I wish that was R rated. I had no idea. Jordan definitely had to correct Rand's mental health. His trajectory would have had him gone by book 5. Bro was crashing out, yo. I'm not gonna lie. Rand has been tripping here and there. The difference between the two halves was definitely fine tuned here. Oh yeah, like I don't know how much of it he already had figured out before this moment, but you can definitely tell that he spent some time weaving things together, for lack of better words, because that's definitely what I was about to say. Let's go 5. That's fine. 1 through 3 is the prologue. 4 to 6 is peak. 7 through 11 is chilling in the world, and 12 through 14 is in game, in my opinion. But not everyone agrees. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. That's crazy. 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 12. I feel that. That seems like a solid progression. 7 through 11, excuse me. I'm here for that though. I'm here for that though, for real. I would like to know what the beginning, middle, end type of vibe is, or how that goes, just so as we're going through these books, I can do like a check mark video to whatever like the main consensus is for it. Like, okay, guys, like for my brain, I was thinking once we get to book 5, I would do a check mark video to be like, all right, here is how I feel about books 1 through 5, and just kind of talk about all of them, and just kind of give my full opinions on all of that, and then do the same thing for 6 through 10, and then do the same thing at the end for 11 through 14. That was kind of my thought process for it. But if you guys would like to see it done in a different way, shape, or form, that's fine with me too. So early! I don't get out of work for a couple of hours, but checking in to high five and say, we are so back. Let's go, buddy. We are definitely back, baby. And I know daylight savings time is hit for like some of the world, and some of the world not for me, and all of this other stuff, you know. So I don't know what time it is for y'all, but around the time that we started today, I'm hoping that's a good time, because that's kind of the time that I would like to go live. You know what I mean? I would like to go live around that time. LBF, you're not wrong though. Ooh, okay. RJ had teenage kids when he started writing these books. Oh, okay. I'd include book 11 in the in-game section, honestly. Ooh, and 7 in peak. Uh-oh. Having started book 4, you're now past the Tolkien nod and on to RJ's real world. Oh. Okay, I understand what you're saying. So that's why. So you're saying like all up until this point, we were still very much seeing that influence, that Robert Jordan kind of trying to catch his own wind, catch his own footing, catch his rhythm at the very least, to kind of figure out where he was going to go next with all of these different with all these different things that we're gonna see. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm ready for it. I second LVF's breakdown. Oh, okay, okay. Let me get a hold of that. Damn. 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 Okay. Hold on. All right, ladies and gents, that will end our overall thoughts of this section. Next, we are going to be getting into our chapter by chapter breakdown and discussion, breakdown and review, starting, of course, with chapter 7. We're going to kind of keep it a little light on chapter 7 and yeah. I think we're going to spend our time wisely here. Going to try not to have everybody up until the break of dawn. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see what we get cracking here. But first, um, actually, let's see. Let me see if I can. Let me go here, here. Hold on. My bad. Where are my links? I don't know. Okay, I was looking for a link for you guys, but I don't know where my link is to drop in the chat. Hmm, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Okay. Well, if you guys like Pokemon cards, if you guys enjoy things along the lines of that, Pokemon cards, action figures, and other collectibles, make sure you go and check out Whatnot, yo. Whatnot is an awesome platform. I've been getting some Pokemon cards through there for a little while now. Just got this little book here. Filled it a little bit with some of my new Pokemon cards. I don't know who's out there, Pokemon card collectors. I know not everybody has like trading card shops in their local cities and things like that. And I think Whatnot is a really awesome platform that helps you bridge that gap. You know what I mean? It allows you to get singles, it allows you to rip packs, it allows you to do a little bit of everything, right? And that's just for Pokemon cards. If you like action figures, Magic the Gathering, any of those other things, you can get that stuff too, right? You can get all that stuff on Whatnot, and you can use my link here that about to drop in the chat, and it'll help you out a little bit here and there. If you don't have a Whatnot, you can also sign up under me and create an account. The best way that I can explain Whatnot to people is it's like eBay and TikTok shop kind of mixed up into one. People go live, they auction off stuff. You can bid on it if you want it, if you don't want it. And there's just a lot of dope stuff that you can do on that site. I definitely I've used it. Like I said, I got a couple of dope ass cards. I just got this new Lucario in the mail the other day. Like look at that baby. That thing is pretty. Um, Lucario got to be my favorite Pokemon, so I kind of went on a little bit of a Lucario binge there for a while too, and just kept buying a whole bunch of um, not a whole bunch, but just buying different Lucarios here and there. And yeah, bro, definitely go and check it out. Definitely follow this link. Go and sign up. You can use my other link if you need to sign up. If you haven't signed up, if you already signed up, go ahead and make sure you use my affiliate link again before you go ahead and grab something. Whether it's a slab, a single card, a pack, a bundle, anything, they got it all over there, bro. For real. Yeah, so go and check it out. About to drop that in the comment section. Oh no, did not mean to do that. About to drop that link in the comment section down below here for all of you to go and check out um, at your convenience. Okay. Okay. Let's turn that down. I don't know why my phone is so loud while I'm streaming. Let's paste that. There's my Whatnot affiliate link, and then if you have not signed up for Whatnot before, here is the invite link so you can sign up for it as well. So again, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering cards, collectible items, anything like that. They got a little bit of it all, yo. What in the hell happened to my yo? That's kind of terrifying. All right. Is that's it? That's it there? Yep, that's it there. And then I got to get me some water real quick, and then we can get right back into it, chat. All right. Right after these messages. Let's go with this one. No? Yo, what's up with my ads, bro? I got to make new ads, yo. I'm going to make some ads this week, too, so I can run some stuff when I need to go just run to the restroom real quick or something like that. Let's go. Fuck it.
What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reaction. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films,
pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
Or movie reviews.
we love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying.
That was pretty awesome.
Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the super fan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch
I'm sorry for the chair stream. I got bombarded by my children. Okay. Let's get into our chapter breakdown for chapter 7 chat, ladies and gentlemen. Every time. I don't understand how I mess it up every time. Man, I gotta pay a lot of bills today, you guys. I hate being an adult. Boom. Okay. I had to pay a couple bills just now. I'm sorry. That was some random stuff just happened, but it's done now. So those are done. That was wild. Okay. All right. Now let's seriously get into chapter 7 of The Shadow Rising. Yo, this one is absolutely full of layups, questions raised early, getting answered later. We're deep into how the magic actually works and how different halves of the one power interact with each other. And we see Rand struggling, but also learning fast. Like, wow, it's just crazy to see how much stuff is going down in this book so fast. Literally, I feel like things are happening at a very fast rate right now, chat. I might be wrong about that, but for me, it just seems like we are moving extremely fast, brother. Like, it seems like we are moving extremely fast. All right. Oops, I forgot to do my thing. I forgot to do my whole let's get into. Oh, wait. Here we go. Now let's do it. Let's get into. I screwed it up, chat. Oh, God, everything's going wrong. It's not even a good bit.
Chapter 7. Playing with Fire.
Yo, playing with fire indeed. I was definitely not ready for them to immediately be trying to get Elaine and Rand together. That shit was just crazy. I love that Rand throws Torian, I think that's his name, out of his room. I don't think we know too much about Torian or whatever bruh's name is, but he definitely gives me some interesting vibes. We find out that Rand and Eggy haven't been spending a lot of time together, but when they go into his room, he sees that they immediately see that he is looking at books and he's trying to kind of just figure out stuff. We don't know what it is immediately that he's trying to figure out, but when they walk into his room, they do see books strewn about, if you would.
All on his face faded as he took in who they were. For the first time in the stone, Egwene looked for changes in him and found them. How many months before then since she had seen him last? Enough for his face to have grown harder, for the openness that had once been there to fade. He moved differently too, a little like Lan, a little like the Aiel. With his height and his reddish hair and eyes that seemed now blue, now grey as the light took them, he looked all too much like an Aielman, too much for comfort. But had he changed inside?
Oh my god, had he changed inside is such a good question, bro. Because we have no idea how much Rand has changed in this moment. All we know is that Rand is just up to. I don't want to say he's up to shenanigans. I don't want to say he's up to no good. I just want to say that we have no idea what is going on with Rand at this moment. I love how paranoid Rand is here. He's like, yo, are y'all working with Moiraine? Is she the only reason y'all are here? But really, no one likes Moiraine, which is something that we get to find out is basically none of them are, big fans of, you know, of how he is, of just him, period, of her, period. Excuse me, not him. I guess you could say for good reason, but still, he's all twisted up inside and he's all messed up in the brain a little bit. And he's also dealing with this while trying to discover how to control these abilities that he never had through his entire life, right? And something else that really stood out to me here is how Rand's memories bring him back. And I just really love that fact, right? Like as he's crashing out, as he's losing it, they're like, yo, and he's like, huh? Oh, sorry about that. You know? Like what's really going on here? Oh, that was weird. What's really going on here? What's happening? Um And then we figure out that he's looking into these books because he wants the prophecy to be translated. Um, I also wrote down here it's hard to get a beat on Rand because it really is hard to understand what the hell is going on with him. Uh, and and of course the poor guy is always caught in the middle of women, which is really a place that I don't think anyone wants to be ever. You don't want to be caught in the middle of in the middle of women set tripping, bro. And he is somehow always caught in the middle of the most powerful women set tripping ever. You know what I mean? Like they don't even be set tripping. They're just on a whole nother level, bro. Um and we hear this little crazy drop that Egwene is more powerful than basically everybody. Like that's essentially what they say is like, yo, she is strong as hell. She is dead. She's stronger than Moiraine. I think that was really the point that they were trying uh to push in right there. Let me see. Oh, and then I also wrote down here channeling versus embracing. And I don't know, I don't remember what I wrote that down specifically for, but I think it's been like 2 weeks legit since I did all this stuff. So I'm not gonna try to you know what I'm saying. But I just really damn what why the hell did I say that? I feel like it'll be in my video. Whatever, when I release that video, go watch it if you want the answer to what I was trying to think of when it comes to channeling versus embracing. Uh oh, and then this is when we find out that Rand can essentially sense a woman embracing the source. And that's just like something that's never happened before. And my question here was kind of the question I had raised earlier, and that is that because he's a dragon, or is it because of the one power, because he can wield the one power as a man, period, you know? Like, is that just an ability that is set aside for the dragon reborn alone? Or is that an ability that, you know, any any male channeler can do? Oh. And that is not something I think we get an answer to, unfortunately. Okay. Let's get to this next listening point real quick.
You want me to do something? Rand growled. A pair of small tables flexed their legs awkwardly, the wood creaking, and began to stumble about in a stiff parody of dance. Gilt flaking off and falling. Do you like this? Fire flared up in the fireplace, filling the hearth from side to side, burning on stone bare of ashes. Or this? The tall stag and wolves above the fireplace began to soften and slump. Thin streams of gold and silver flowed out from the mass, fining down to shining threads, snaking, weaving themselves into a narrow sheet of metallic cloth. The length of glittering fabric hung in the air as it grew, its far end still linked to the slowly melting statuette on the stone mantel. Do something, Rand said. Do something. Do you have any idea what it is like to touch Sidene? To hold it? Do you? I can feel the madness waiting, seeping into me. Abruptly, the capering tables burst into flame like torches, dancing still. Books spun into the air, pages fluttering. The mattress on the bed erupted, showering feathers across the room like snow. Feathers falling onto the burning tables filled the room with their sharp, sooty stink. For a moment, Rand stared wildly at the blazing tables. Then whatever was holding Egwene and Elaine vanished, along with the shield. Their heels thumped onto the carpet in the same instant the flames went out, as if sucked into the wood they had been consuming. The blaze in the fireplace winked out as well, and the books fell to the floor in a worse jumble than before. The length of gold and silver cloth dropped too, along with strands of rough melted metal, no longer liquid or even hot. Only 3 largish lumps, 2 silver and 1 gold, remained on the mantel, cold and unrecognizable.
Bruh. Yo, I absolutely love how Rand is working. I think that Ashim had said something here about it too, right? Like the moment when Rand diverts the heat from the tables to the stone of the hearth, and Egwene and Elaine are completely shocked because you get burned if you do that with Saidar. That was genius. I just love the way that every single thing is thought of in a way, and I don't know what this mechanic and stuff is called, but I always call it the rock paper scissors mechanic, right? Like if you do the rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock, right? Like the rock, excuse me, that rock paper scissors mechanic is one of my favorite things when it comes to magic systems. Is what is this stuff strong against? What is this stuff weak against? What is this? What is that? Like what is that? This and what is this that? You know, all of these things are very important to hey LBF, don't be out in my trade secrets. You know, but that's all very important to, you know, put these things together. And I also wanted to know why. I put why has no one asked? Yo, this is terrible. It's terrible coming back to my notes 2 weeks later because I usually write these notes with the instinct that I'm going to be coming right back to read them like within the next week. Why has no one asked what? Let me see. Where were we in the book? Da, 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 da. Oh, I think I think my question was why has no one asked if Rand can sense these other things? Like, is that just not something that has been said? I think it's because Moiraine was so dead set that there's no way she could teach him that she didn't even do some of the things that would be the basic things to do because she was just like, you're a man, I'm a woman, I can't teach you. But it seems that, you know, Egwene and Nynaeve are a little bit more nuanced in that area, I guess you could say. And it's kind of interesting to see how that's something that has been kind of one of my questions from the very beginning is, are we going to be able to blur any of those lines with some of the progressive and forward thinking attitude that a lot of our younger female characters have, right? Especially because in this society, it is much more of a, I don't know if it's more of a matriarchy than a patriarchy. It feels like it would be a matriarchy. I mean, they even call the Amberlin seat mother, and she's kind of like the one above everybody, right? All the kings and all the queens and all the peoples of all the lands. And it does seem to be that there are a lot more queens in here as well, rather than a lot of kings. There are still a lot of lords and things like that too. But I think maybe it's more matriarchy, especially if they're out here and they got entire factions out here to just kill a specific kind of group of men. I think that's kind of more matriarchy. But I'm saying all of this because it's like the women of Eamon's Field, like they're all and as well Elaine, like they are all very forward thinking with not only what they can do as like being women, because like they're like, oh, we're not just women in that traditional sense, we can do all this other shit too. But this is kind of different from that in a lot of ways. So I'm kind of I kind of want to know how those lines do get blurred, and I'm hoping we start trying to figure out what that means with them even wanting to teach Rand, right? Like that is one of those steps towards going into that is one of those forward thinking things in this society, right? They are the woke mob. Like teaching a man is like, oh my God, how dare you, right? And I feel like I want to see how that evolves. Like, how does how are these things? I don't know. I want to see. I don't know. I'm very interested. I'm very interested in where this goes, and I'm not sure where it goes, so that's why I'm a little tongue twisted and confused. But still, I'm just like, where do we go from here? Say yeah, Sidar, and then I wrote Sidar and Sidine, same, but different, and that's one of my favorite things. Same, but different. And then I also wrote down embracing versus control. So maybe that's where I was on, what I was kind of trying to get onto earlier when I was talking about channeling versus embracing. Maybe that's kind of where I was kind of going with that is, because for Sidar, they need to very much more like embrace it. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I don't know. I'm interested in knowing what that will be, how that goes. Two rivers. Oh yeah, two rivers, two flows, one lava, one water. I loved that. I don't think I came up with that in my own brain hole. I think that was something that was saying, yeah. Working as two flows at once was far more than twice as hard as working on one of the same magnitude. Working three, much more than twice. Again, working two. Okay, yeah, I remember that. He had to have been weaving a dozen. He did not even look tired, yet exertion with the power took energy. She very much feared he could handle her and Elaine both like kittens. Kittens he might decide to drown if he went mad. Oh, baby. Um, Something else I wrote down here was like, it's almost like the women have to use a form of sorcery, question mark, and then men are more like mages or something. And I don't really know if that works, because I mean, it kind of works, because I feel like sorcery is usually when you have to be more aligned with the elements in one way or another, and you're not able to do like magic. You have to kind of use other things in order to make one thing happen. But it feels like, well, from what I'm hearing so far, it feels like the men are a little more soft magic system, to where it's like, not like, oh, you still have to do a little bit of the but it's almost like, there's still a hard magic system, obviously. I'm just saying, verse in comparison, it's almost like the men's version of magic is much more not whimsical, but like not even imaginative. I don't know. It's just like it can do whatever, not whatever either. It's just like you know. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. Um, that's just kind of the vibe that I got there. Um, yeah, and then I love when Rand says it's more like wrestling than embracing. Um, First, I imagine a flame, and then I push everything into it: hate, fear, nervousness, everything. When they're all consumed, there's an emptiness, a void inside my head, and I am in the middle of it. But I'm a part of whatever I am concentrating on, too. Like, that shit is so saucy, bro. Oh man, I just love the way it's explained. And then that's when we also hear about the rosebud petals that open to the light of Sidar, and they have to surrender to it. And it's like, yo, there's nothing like that here, bro. Like we got to do all of this other things to do this, you know? Like, let's see. Oh, and then we find out a little lore here. I think we already knew this though. Of the 5 pillars, fire and earth had been strongest in men in the age of legends, and air and water in women. Spirit had been shared equally. Egwene hardly had to think to use air or water once she had learned to do a thing in the first place, but the thought did not further their purpose. Um I think we find out about the little heat stuff here as well. And then I made a note of being like, man, Rand really, Rand's a good dude deep down. This is hilarious. My note right here after Rand is a good dude on page 168, I think he was like, I think something happened. I think they were just, I think it was when they were talking, and I was like, oh, bro, he just wants to be a good guy. You know what I mean? And then immediately after it, she was like, Rand, I cannot be with you. My note right here is she breaking up with him? Question mark. And then line, for Elaine to be with him? Like, and then I was also kind of furious in this portion because I said, this is my next note. What the? Why was their breakup in the show so brutal? If this is like, if they had the most adult like breakup I have ever seen ever, it was like an adult conversation. They were like, they basically said, we've grown apart. Like, you know, we've come so far. I still love you. I'll always respect you as a friend and a homie. And in the show, bro cheated on her. And then they broke up. Like, what? And in the book, Rand is loyal to the soil. I mean, Homegirl was naked in his bedroom, and he was like, hell no, I'm supposed to marry Egwene even though I don't want to. Like, bruh, like, and just to think that he's so different, bro. Like, and in the show, bro, is clapping cheeks. Like, bro, I don't understand, bro. Like, I didn't understand that. That did have me. I was a little pressed off of that. I was a little pressed off of how mature they were in the like, not, I'm not about in the book, but from the show, like, and how they weren't mature. Like, that was not a mature talking breakup. Mind you, she is only doing this so her friend can get with him. But still, like, they still had that conversation. They both didn't even want the stuff anymore. They just were doing things out of feeling obligated to and all this other stuff, right? And then in the show, they got a toxic relationship in the show. I don't even want them to be together in the show. You know, like, wow, I felt so betrayed, low-key. I felt so betrayed reading this and being like, oh my goodness, like, this is and then immediately after this, you get Elaine and him talking. Like, come on, bro, what are we doing? What happened? I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know what happens in the future of this of this book of the franchise. I don't know. But when it comes to the show, doing this moment, god damn, Like, what's happening? Like, what's happening? Like, this shit is crazy. Shit is absolutely wild. Yeah, and that was a lot. That was my last note here. For chapter 7, yo, was why was their breakup so brutal, bro? Like, what even happened there, bro? Like, I don't even understand. I don't even understand what's going on. I don't even understand what's going on. Okay, all right, yo. So that is chapter 7. Damn, I had meant to do some stuff that I did not do there. That is chapter 7. I really like chapter 7. Uh, I like all these. I liked all these chapters here. They were all insanity. Talk about unprepared, bro. I was so unprepared during these chapters, man. I was so unprepared, but I was invested. Like I watched Riverdale. I didn't watch I didn't watch all of it till it ended, but I watched Riverdale. I watched stuff like I watched some of the more cheesy, quote unquote, type of I don't are those what are those called? Teen dramas, I guess. I've watched a lot of different ones. Um and you can definitely get that vibe from these books, and I appreciate that. Like I feel like these books have something for everybody, right? Like no matter who you are, there's something for you. If you're just for the if you're all about the action stuff, I mean, you got to be open minded, of course. But if you just are interested in one thing, I think whatever that one thing is shows up enough to keep you going. You know what I mean? Everything is interesting enough to keep you getting strung along from chapter to chapter, book to book. Like it's a really good flow. It's like a really good flow to everything. And that makes me really hyped about whatever we get next and wherever we go next. Legit though. Like whatever happens next, I am so prepared. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let's see some Chatterooski. Sensei's gone 8-bit. uh Look up the definition of matriarchy. A system or a system of society or government ruled by a woman or women. I don't know. That seems kind of exactly what we were talking about here. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like, have we even met a king yet? I don't even know if we've met a king or heard of a king. Have we heard of a king? Have we heard of a king? I can't even think about if we've heard of a king. I know we've heard of hella queens, right? Because I mean, Elaine's mom is a queen. Elaine is set to be queen next. I feel like that's much more of a matriarchal thing as well. For like the daughter to become queen rather than for the daughter to be married off to another land and then become queen of that land or whatever. Like I feel like that's more of a patriarchy thing for the daughter to be married off into another family to be the queen of that family in order to become a queen and all of that stuff happens in that manner. Here it seems like, the her as the daughter heir, I feel like being the daughter heir is a very matriarchal, societal thingle majiggle. It's a patriarchy disguised as a matriarchy. Okay, I could go for that. I could go for that. That makes a lot of sense because there are still a lot of patriarchal elements to that, and that makes sense though. I mean, It basically is that because it's I don't know how far it goes, but it's a patriarchy that had to be taken over. So it's not really a matriarchy out of like them wanting it to be like that. It's like a matriarchy out of them forcing it to be like that because the men with power usually go crazy. I understand that. I understand that. It's one of those things where it's not meant to. It almost feels like it's not meant to be a patriarchy or a matriarchy, but it kind of ends up being one of those because of people being stupid. You know, like people being dumb and making bad decisions has caused it to be where we are now. I could go for any of that. I could go for either of those answers. They still think the White Tower relies too much on past history and not interested in trying to help make channelers anymore, so they spend effort to teach them just to. Oh, so why spend the effort to teach them since they just sever them? That makes sense. That sucks though. That's lame. It's kind of like someone who knows how to play flute trying to teach someone to play drums because they're both music. That's hella funny. That's really funny though. There was a king of Kyrian. Oh, yep. You're right. Yeah. There's been a couple kings, huh? I feel like they just don't matter. It's like any kings that there are, the Dragon Reborn automatically overtakes that overtakes that spot for everybody. They're like, yep, you're the king now, bruv. Yep, you're the king now. Don't even worry about it. We're good here. You need a longer definition of a matriarchy society. Oh, okay. I need a definition. Definition C. A. I feel you. I feel you. I hate when that should be like that though. And there's a king of Shinar. There's the king of Shinar. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. There's a couple kings. But it feels like the most important figures. Or maybe it seems like that because there's not a lot of them. Oh, shit. There you go. Maybe that's it, huh? And there's the patriarchy. um, but yeah, yo, chapter 7's a banger. I love this one. This was crazy, yo. This is crazy. This is crazy. All of it is crazy. I'm ready for it, bro. I'm ready for every ounce of what's going to happen here, man. Like no matter what. Uh, okay. Let's get into it. Let's keep it going. Moving on and getting into
Chapter 8. Hard Heads.
hard heads. As my mom always told, well, she didn't say these exact words because my mom don't cuss, but a hard head make for a soft ass. But as my mom would say, a hard head make for a soft A. Hilarious, yo. Chapter 8, we're kind of keeping on with the same vibes that we were already in. And you know how I know that? Because my first note here that I wrote down is, can Elaine catch the ball? Because she out here trying to, because, Egwene hit her with the, and she just got or she hit her with the alley-oop, and all she got to do is grab it, dunk it, and make that point. Because, yo, that was crazy. Another note I put here is bro is a yo, this is what I said about Rand. I said bro is a panicky, paranoid, bumbling idiot. I don't know why I cooked him like that, but it happened. um Yeah, that shit was crazy. All right, let's get into this, yo. So, man, this one threw me for a loop. I just was not ready for the entirety of the romance switch up. Elaine straight hit Rand with the "Do you like me? Yes or no" energy, like tech yes for no. You know what I mean? She just did that, and he wasn't prepared, and honestly, neither was I. As I have been saying, it went from Game of Thrones to straight up Riverdale, yo. Like Game of Thrones politics to Riverdale teen drama in seconds, but somehow this shit works, bro. Like this shit works so well together. And I mean it gives us a good reason to care about all of our characters as well. That's how I feel too. It gives us a good reason to care about these characters, and I do every step of the way. Um, I'm kind of going all in. I'm calling it right now. I'm really all in on Rand and Elaine. I really am. Like this chapter made me love them together a lot. It really did. It did. I wasn't prepared for it. I wasn't prepared for the chemistry. I wasn't prepared for the energy between them. And again, what in the hell was going on in the show, bro? Like, I didn't even get a hint of this. Like, I think it is a lot heavy. I think it's more heavily implied in the show that like they kind of dig each other, like, or she digs him, or there's something going on there, or whatever. But it just doesn't, like, still to see nothing like that happen here. I just was not ready, bro. I just was not ready, yo. Like I I I was like, bro, what's happening here, bro? But I like it. I like it, yo. You know what I mean? Rand is becoming a lot more commanding with Wat as being the dragon, and really trying to, call, like, make the best for all the people, like make the best decision for all these people, really being trying to be a king at the very least. And it's pretty wild to see that. But I love his commandingness and then her confidence. It just works really well together, even though it does kind of come from out of nowhere in a way. I mean, not out of nowhere, but it's definitely coming out of nowhere to the point where Egwene would break up with Rand so Elaine could shoot her shot. I feel like that was out of nowhere for real, but I'm still kind of here for it because we know that they're always conspiring, bruv. Like those three are always conspiring, bro. Bro, it's crazy. It's just crazy how everything be going on around my guy Rand, but I love it. I love it too because he's always paying attention to it as well. But he's so paranoid that he ramps everything up to a million, billion, cajillion, trillion. You feel me? One of my next notes was like, does Elaine got that freak in her or something? Like, what's happening here? I think he was like they were just kind of talking to each other, and it just kind of got wild for a second. Um, like it was just kind of getting wild, and I'm not gonna say she didn't. Oh, I think she was like, "Yo, do I have to? Do I got to be with all of like with her and or something?" It was crazy. It was something crazy. There was some crazy going on. I don't remember. Elaine got that freak in her the way she gives instruction. I don't know what I was on, bro. What the hell am I talking about? I'm sorry, chat. We're gonna ignore that. We're just gonna move on. I don't know what I was saying, bro. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. That shit is crazy. The next thing I said was her analyzing the situation and weighing out the options is hilarious. I think she was just trying to figure out what was going on there. Um, Oh, and then I also wrote down how Bro tried to make those feathers into flowers, and that's something that I did not get. I was not prepared for either. Do you like me? Yes or no? Check yes for no. I like that. Yeah, I already talked about that. And then I think didn't they have a toe curling kiss? Didn't that happen? Am I tripping? Or did they have a toe curling kiss? I think that's what was said. Uh, it was something wild like that. I want you to kiss me. Da 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 da. Elaine, I don't want to promise more. Da, 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 da. His arms went around her. Oh, yep, yep, yep. His arms went around her. His arms went around her almost roughly, and his lips came down on hers. Her head spun. Her toes tried to curl up in her slippers. So I wrote down a toe curling. Yo. Oh, bro, I love this, bro. I love this book, bro. I love this book. I love this book, man. And I love that I'm so invested in every single moment, bro. Like, um, so I wrote down a toe curling kiss, and then the next thing I did was write Rand Lane. I put Rand Lane, and I drew the little heart with the both with the bow going through it, bro. Because I'm all in on Rand Lane. I can't lie. Um, I'm so down for Rand Lane. I think it works. And I didn't know I was gonna be down for it. I didn't even know this was happening. And another thing I didn't know that was happening was that Bear Lane is possibly the third girl from Rand's dream because the Egwene was obviously not there. She was peeking from the bushes, also like a creeper. Uh, and then Rand walked up, and it was three women, and I'm like, I think I wrote it down here. Did I write it down? Uh, okay, here we go. Yeah. The kiss was wild, and then I also love the manipulation scale of every woman around Rand, how everyone's kind of doing stuff, and he's picking up on the small because I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say because it does sound wild to be like, isn't there? I guess there's no such thing as like a little white manipulation, like a little white lie, but I don't see it as like them doing anything harmful to Rand as they're trying to kind of get their way. I don't see it doing it in a harmful manner. I just see it as them, going about their ways to get what they need done without having to blatantly say all the things that need to basically be said or done. And you can look at that how you must, but I feel like Rand is picking up on those little subtle things, and then it makes him spiral because he is losing it a little bit. So it's like, nah, bro, you're right. They are trying to manipulate you, but it's not like they're trying to manipulate you to do, you know, like, ah, you know, I mean, bro, yeah, this is bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like they're not doing the manipulation that you think they're doing. Like, don't get me wrong, what they're doing is not okay, but it's not. They're not trying to get you to go somewhere you're not trying to. You know what I mean, bro? Like, they're not trying to get you to use your powers for harm or anything like that, or trying to get you to follow Moiraine where that's not what you want to do. It's nothing. It's nothing that bad, you know. I don't know, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Um, but also Rand is kind of completely stupid and oblivious because he's just like, "Hey, wait a minute." He's like, I think there's literally a moment where he's like, "Hey, wait a minute. Is this all of your guys' idea?" And then she's like, "What? We would never." And he's like, "Oh, already then." I'm like, "Rand, my boy." Like, Rand, bro, he kills me. I can't get it. I can't get enough of my guy, bro. He makes me laugh. Oh. It's definitely off the charts though. Every single one of them is playing chess while he's out there like, wait, is this what's happening? You know? like what's going on here? You just put that in a good way. I love that. Girls, let's see how we can help Rand. Rand, stop manipulating me. Yo, I absolutely love it. Exactly, LBF. And then Rand's like, that's ridiculous. They never come up with something like that. Look at me thinking they're into me like that. Like, and it's like, no, bro, they are in fact into you like that. Actually, this is the part of their entire plan, bro. Like it is. Oh shit, I love it, bro. I absolutely love it. I'm not even gonna pretend like I don't. I absolutely love it. I love Rand losing his shit a little bit of every time he's like, "Hey, wait." He's like, "No, nah, never mind. My bad. You guys would never do that to me." Oh, Rand, but they would. Okay. And then the dream sequence reveal that I was just talking about, right? Realizing that the third woman wasn't Egwene, but Bear Elaine. Nuts. Insanity. I thought we were locked into Egwene, Elaine, and Min. I thought that was the love triangle that we were going to be dealing with. But nope, Bear Elaine's in the mix, and it's just everything is still just as diabolical as ever. And that's when I also think that, Elaine is like, damn, I gotta share him with Min or something like that. And she's like, shit, and Bear Elaine. And I'm like, and this is where I'm like, did a new character just get unlocked with Bear Lane? Like, was that small moment that I thought kind of nothing of because Rand was just like, "Yo, sorry, I can't do that." I can't do that. You know what I mean? I thought that's what all the moment was, but no, it's actually so much more than that. It seems to be that maybe we just got a new. I think maybe we literally did just unlock a new character in a similar way to where like Fail is now like a main character with like my boy Perrin. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if that's what's happening here, but it kind of seems like it is. Oh, and also, am I tripping? Where the hell is my boy Loyal? Like, am I tripping? What happened? What happened with Loyal at the end of the last book? Because I seem to not remember. Because I definitely have been looking for my guy Loyal like this entire time, and I've been like, yo, where is he at? Literally, where's my boy Loyal? 8 chapters in, and still no Loyal sighting. He better be back very soon. I need to know what's going on here. Before we get out of this chapter, we do a little POV switch, if I'm not mistaken, back to Rand. Am I right? No, I forgot that he pinched their butts, yo. I forgot that happened. Rand was on Demon Time. Uh, yeah, we POV switched to Rand, and I'm like, oh my god, the dream, commandments of Vans, going into Rand's mind is awesome right here. Politics and love drama. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's kind of the gist of all of the stuff there. Oh yeah, because all the High Lords are bowing to him, and then he tells them like, "Yo, this is the shit that needs to happen." Da 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 da. And then yeah, we get some good politics here at the end. Some good politics. There's too many farmers. Yeah. I really like that. And this is where I was like, this is where I was really legit like, what the hell is going on here, bro? Because we switched from literal teen drama and we went barreling like a bullet right back into the politics, bro. And I just loved it, yo. I just love that. That just made me so excited, G. That made me so excited to just get back. And then as we're doing it, guess what Rand is doing? Now Rand is flashing back and forth from talking in all these politics to, oh my gosh, to talking about politics to, oh, bro, I love it. This book really makes me wish that they did what's it called? Like I want to read Revenge of the Sith. Like I want to read the sequel trilogy. I feel like being in Anakin's mind, I'm sorry. I kind of led the horse with that, or led the cart. Oh, I don't know. Sayings that I don't understand. But I really wish that we could be in Anakin's mind for some of the things that are happening as we progress from, Phantom Menace into Revenge of the Sith. Because I feel like being able to see Rand's mind in all of these different aspects and all these different ways, and just seeing how being the chosen one even affects him and so on and so forth. It's just so interesting, bro. It is just so interesting. He's so interesting of a character. I absolutely love Bruv as a character. For real, for real. I really do. Okay, I'm a little lost when it comes to my notes. Hold on, hold on. Oh, okay. I guess we're still in this chapter here. Because now we do another POV switch to Aggie. I didn't even realize that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so now we got Aggie and Matt, and then this is where I put in the margin right here. I don't think we've seen this team up yet, and that got me really excited that we got to see them together because I love both of them, and seeing them together like this was pretty lit. Um, we get some really key information here. He doesn't have that letter for the Amerlin seat anymore. Matt is also asking for advice from Eggy. He's really going through it right now, and I hadn't really thought about how rough a time he's been having. Right, I think someone also said it in episode uh one of From Watcher to Reader. They were just talking about how Matt really been going through it so much because like he was basically Schmeagle. And then my guy came back from that to being a human again and doesn't remember stuff like and is now talking in a different language randomly. And it's like, damn, bro, like, yeah, this is tough, bro. You're having a really rough time right now. I completely understand. And it is completely valid for you to be having this of a time. And it kind of sucks that everybody just kind of wants you to kind of lock in and not really worry about how rough of a time you're having. And it kind of also sucks that you kind of gotta just do that, you know? Like, damn, that shit is really sad. That shit is really sad, yo. And then I also wrote here that Matt might be my second favorite character because I do love me some Perrin. And I think Matt might be like a close second, bro. Like Perrin, Matt, Rand really might be the order of characters, but Rand is really going like Rand is. Nah, I can't lie. After these chapters, Rand is probably up there as my first. It probably goes Rand, Perrin, Matt now, just because of how badass Rand is in this section. Um, oh, Matt now also knows about the red door, bro. Wait, am I tripping? Am I going backwards? Because this kind of no, I'm not going backwards, yo. I said that Matt is legit living in a fairy tale and is still not believing what's going on around him. And I love that about Matt. Like, bro is stubborn, but he is consistent with his stubbornness. I mean, bro is legit living in the middle of a fairy tale in the biggest way possible, and he still is denouncing things going on right around him in his face, and I think that's freaking hilarious. And I oh yeah, and that's literally what I wrote next. I love that Matt stands on business, but still is an idiot. Cause there's nothing else to say about that shit, bro. He's tweaking. Like that's all I can think whenever I'm reading like Matt's stuff. Like he's crazy in the head a little bit, like because he's been through it undoubtedly, but he's like legit crazy even before he went through it. Matt was unhinged, so the fact that he's now went through it, he's even more unhinged. You know what I mean? He is legit even more unhinged than he was before, and I did not think that was possible. Um, it also seems that Matt, Rand, and Perrin want things to be how they should be, like, and then the other three, which is Elaine, Nynaeve, and Egwene, are more akin to how things are now. Like like hear me, right? Matt, Rand, and Perrin are really trying to hold on to still being those little farmer boys from Eamon's Field and all this other shit. Each one of them, in one way or another, are desperately trying to make their way back to the two rivers. They are desperately trying to make it back to the two rivers. With every move that they make in the back of their mind, they are constantly thinking about the two rivers. And that is lovely. I think that works beautifully. One, like, you know what I mean? I think that works really beautifully for one, like, because of obviously for really thematic reasons there. And then you have the girls, and they are almost trying to do the exact opposite and running away from well, kinda, except for Nynaeve, but in their own ways, they're all running away from their past and who they should be. They're running from as hard as they can, and then all of the boys are trying to go back to who they used to be. So, like, who they can be, you know what I mean? Like the women are all about their potential right now, and the men are just kind of all about, damn, I want to go back to who I was before all this shit started happening. And I feel like that's also very that's beautifully put through the narrative, because that's legit how the channeling works, right? Like the men's the one power for the men is them constantly trying to grasp onto what they can control and what they can hold and make it work for them. But for the women, it's like they have to let go, and they have to literally like let go and embrace what's happening and just kind of, you know what I mean? Like, and I feel like that's just so dope that we're getting this story told on so many levels. Like we're getting the same story told to us politically, between the lore, within what's actually happening in the narrative right now, and then we're also being able to see it transpire within the magic system. So it's just really amazing how poetic everything is, because it interconnects beautifully, bro. Like it literally interconnects in a beautiful way. And like, yeah, like it's beautiful, bro. It is beautiful. It almost it can bring a tear to my eye. Like I think this is one of those things where you like, if you don't cry when you finish the series, like, did you even care? You know what I mean? Because some of these moments are just eliciting so much emotion from me, for one reason or another. Even in these intense moments of it being battles, or these intense moments of them trying to deal with their trauma, or trying to just deal with each other as human beings in spite of that trauma. It's like, god damn, bruv. Like, shit, let me breathe, homie. Like, let me breathe for a second. But that'll be where I end that chapter 8 right there. And yeah, I'm loving it, bro. I'm loving it. Let's see. Let's jump into chat a little bit. See how everybody is feeling. Let's see. Okay, let's get 10 minutes on the, not 10 minutes, but a little less than 10 minutes going here. Let's see about, oh, okay. That's fine. To be fair, Rand didn't get a hint at the whole Rand Elaine thing either. I love Rand Lane, yo. I'm all for it now. Egwene's been kind of over Rand ever since she found out she could go to the White Tower, and finding out he's a dragon really closed that deal. I agree. I agree, LBF. She was like, okay, no. Like, let me get out of here. Elaine's been hearing about how great Rand is since she was introduced in book 2. That's a good point. Yeah. That is a good point. Quite possibly the first kiss for both of them. True. True. Organizing, picking someone up on the immediate rebound is totally fine. They totally know what's best for them. Loyal still's checking around to see which buildings they put on top of the grove. Oh, okay. I could go for that. Like, he's just exploring. That red door, The red door, that old thing, probably nothing. Oh, and then I also wrote here and underlined Matt's life depends on red door because there was something that was said that kind of alluded to this. I think she said, "Don't you go to that door if your life depends on it," or some crazy shit like that. And I was like, okay, so Matt's life depends on the red door because why else would you say something like that? Um, and then I also wrote that Eggy is going to tell Moiraine or at least Nynaeve about what's going on with Matt because he was like, "Please don't tell anybody," and I'm like, "Bro, of course she's going to go and tell somebody. Like that's obviously what's going to happen." Mopping floors in the White Tower is more fun than busting tables at the Wine Spring Inn. That's funny. Her mom made sure she cleaned the tables completely. None of the Aes Sedai cared if she mopped correctly or not. Damn. There you go. Don't go to the door unless your life depends on it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, come on. And I literally was like, okay, so Matt's life depends on Red Door. Underline, remember this. Because, bruv, obviously that's going to come up again in the future for one reason or another. All righty, chat. It is time to move on to the next chapter. That being,
Elaine was not certain.
what the shit? That being,
Chapter 8. Hard Heads.
oh shit. No, that's not right. All right, chat, let's move on to
Chapter 9. Decisions.
there we go. Got it in the end. Now we are in Matt's POV. Love me some Matt, bro. Matt's hilarious. So we also we finally get confirmation that the people did in fact see Matt getting attacked by those things, but they just kind of ignored it and then told everybody that it happened, but did not validate Matt in any way, shape, or form to let him know that they did in fact see what happened. So hashtag dickheads. Um, like hashtag dickheads. You know what I mean? Like absolutely wild. Let's see. Oh, okay. So yeah, we jump back into the big picture, and Moiraine is still out here knowing everything before everyone else, and Matt is still acting like none of this is real, even though he is literally living directly in the middle of a fairy tale. Oh shit! So I did say that. I did read. I did go ahead earlier. No, I didn't go ahead earlier. I have no idea what's going on. He's best friends with the Chosen One and still skeptical. Gotta love him. The Egwene and Matt pairing here was actually beautiful. Big sister, little brother energy for real, and her teasing him but still caring is absolutely perfect. And then the life depends on the red door moment. Yeah, that's foreshadowing if I have ever seen it. Matt is looking downright unhinged. Maybe I did go ahead. Did I go the wrong way? What's happening with my goddamn notes? I think I was talking about chapter 9 before just now a little bit. Maybe not. Okay, so Matt's an idiot. Da 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 da. Chapter 9. Okay, I love how much Matt absolutely despises Moiraine. I never really thought about how much of a hater that Matt is, but he's a little bit of a hater for sure. He is a little bit of a hater for sure, and I think that's hilarious. We then get a switch to Perrin's POV. Oh, geez. I wish I knew what this note meant right here. I highlighted something and put a star next to it. Let me see. What's up with this? There were rumors that the fabled Horn of the Lear, meant to call the dead heroes from the grave to fight in the last battle, had been found. And Geldine riots had broken out all over the country. Ilian was suffering from outbreaks of mass madness, and Carrion famine was slowing the killing. Someplace in the borderlands, Trolloc raids were on the increase, and then Perrin could not send Fail into any of that, not even to get her away from Tyr. So we get kind of a checkpoint here of what's going on with the entire world, or at least as they know it. You know what's going on everywhere, how bad shit is, because shit is very bad. There's war, there's riot, there's literally everything going down at once. So we gotta be careful. Oh, and then what I put here is it was interesting to see how Matt looks downright unhinged from Perrin's POV. I thought that was very interesting because he looks downright off the Richter scale, bro. When you see that, like that's just how that's how that feels, you know. Like, bruh. We then get another POV switch back to Egwene. And this is where we find out that she's basically been spending time with Avienda. Yo, in the show, did they make Elaine and Avienda together when it was supposed to be Avienda and Egwene? Like, what the hell is going on here? But I wrote down Nine's with Lan, Eggy is with Avienda, and then Elaine is with Rand, and that's kind of that's what the sister trio is kind of locked in with. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Yeah, we find out about Avienda's discomfort at sitting in a chair. And then she like walked into the bathroom and tried to get into the tub naked with Egwene to make her feel more comfortable. Um, and then Avienda was like, "Why aren't y'all killing Bear Lane if she's in the way? She's not a sister of the spear or nothing like that. Like, y'all got no ties to this bitch. Kill her." Like that was basically Avienda's. I love it. I love Avienda, yo. She was really popping off in that moment, yo. Okay. Okay, okay. And then I believe we get another POV switch here back to Rand. And then I put here Rand doing random king shit is awesome. Trying to fulfill a prophecy, but only under his terms is hilarious. Like he is just out of his mind. You know what I mean? Like with the solutions he's trying with the solutions he's trying to come up with for this. It's like, bro, you don't get to really fill. I mean, maybe you do get to fulfill a prophecy under your terms, right? That's almost the point sometimes of prophecy, is because things can be so loosely understood. I think that's something that is very much uh made fun of in a lot of media, or at least exaggerated, right? Is like, they'll be like, the prophecy will be that, you have to take this card and you gotta wait for the sun to shine on it, or it has to shine in the light in order to see what it says. But modern day, you can just kind of use your flashlight, and then you can kind of solve that prophecy in some type of similar way like that. You know what I mean? Like, I like that you can go, like, there's loopholes to the prophecy, or the prophecy will, like, you got to have this garment on in the summer or something. And then that doesn't just mean that you got to wear the entirety of the garment. You can also just have a little piece of that garment, because the prophecy doesn't specify that you need to wear the entirety of the garment. I like that you can find little loopholes like that in prophecies and stuff. And I feel like that's also what Rand is trying to do in his own way, but I don't know if it's going to work, right? I don't know if it's going to exactly work. Another note that I wrote here was they stealing kisses, but it seemed like in the show everyone was straight fucking. I was like, yo, is the show possibly more horny than the books? Because I feel like it was going down. It was absolutely going down in the show already. I feel like people had been hunching. You feel me? Like, people had been doing the horizontal boogie slide. You feel me? That was already happening. Um. Oh, and then Rand basically threatens all the High Lords, and he's like, "Yo, I will kill you if you don't do what I tell you to do." Like, essentially, that's what he did. Like, man, y'all are gonna die if you don't lock in. What did he say exactly? Oh, there you go. By tomorrow midday, you will have offered her the treaty I want, or by sunset tomorrow, I'll hang you both. If I have to hang High Lords every day, two by two, I will. I will send every last one of you to the gallows if you won't obey me. Now get out of my goddamn motherfucking sight. He ain't say all that, but I know he wanted to. I felt it. I felt it. I felt the energy. I was like, oh yeah, Rand, I know exactly what you mean right here. And that's it. What I just said. So you guys just got a proper translation from the Dragon Reborn right there. Okay. And then I also wrote down, oh, well, I really like I really like Rand the Lord Dragon. I think that's a badass name. I think that's a badass just everything right there. Um oh, and then my next thing was, is the sword just being in his presence affecting him? Because I don't know, man. I kind of feel like being in the vicinity of something that was calling to you, and then that, amplifies your abilities to hither unrivaled. I mean, I feel like maybe that's not something that you should just have in your room on a bedstand. But then again, you also don't want anybody else getting their hands on it. So where the hell else does it go? You know? Like, where the hell else does it go?
For its real purpose he did not know. Either possibility horrified him. I am not mad yet, only angry. Light so angry. Tomorrow, the Dark Friends would be put on a ship tomorrow. Elaine would be leaving. And Egwene and Nynaeve, of course. Back to Tarvalon, he prayed. Black Aja or no Black Aja, the White Tower had to be as safe a place as there was now. Tomorrow. No more excuses to put off what he had to do. Not after tomorrow. He turned his hands over, looking at the heron branded into each palm. He had examined them so often that he could have sketched every line perfectly from memory. The prophecies foretold them. Twice and twice shall he be marked, twice to live and twice to die. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. Once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. But if the herons named him true, what need for dragons? For that matter, what was a dragon? The only dragon he had ever heard of was Luz Therin Telamon. Luz Therin Kinslayer had been the dragon. The dragon was the Kinslayer, except now there was himself. But he could not be marked with himself. Perhaps the figure on the banner was a dragon. Not even Aes Sedai seemed to know what that creature was. You are changed from when I last saw you. Stronger. Harder. He spun, gaping at the young woman standing by the door, fair of skin and dark of hair and eye. Tall, dressed all in white and silver, she arched an eyebrow at the half-melted lumps of gold and silver over the fireplace. He had left them there to remind him what could happen when he acted without thinking, when he lost control. Much good it had done. Selene!
Boom, okay, we'll stop right there. What the shit? The only dragon he had ever heard of was Luz Therin Telamon. What? I didn't know that. Luz Therin is the only dragon that we know about? I thought that was the only dragon that we, as the reader, knew about. Like, I didn't know that was the only dragon. Who was the dragon before Luz Therin? This raises so many questions. So, like, is this, like, what? Would Loyal know of other dragons, possibly? You know, well, no, maybe not Loyal. I mean, he has all the knowledge and stuff. I don't know, bro. We need a OG Ogier on site to tell us about a future dragon, a dragon from the past, for sure. Like, that needs to happen immediately, because I was not under the impression that Luz Therin Telamon was the only guy that was a dragon that we know of. I thought that this was like the Avatar cycle. Like, there's been hella dragons, and there's been dragons among dragons, and we know about these dragons, but Luz Therin is the dragon that lost his shit and broke the world. But, like, maybe that's still true, but I just didn't know that. Maybe all of that is true, except for the part of, like, we just don't know any other dragons, but there have been hella dragons other than Luz Therin. We just don't know who they are. But still, that is a huge point of contingency for me, because I 100% did not know that that was a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I did not know. Yeah, I had no idea, bro. Like, I had no idea that that was the case. That literally blows my mind, bro. That blows my mind. And then I wrote right here, Selene, because of course Selene pulls up immediately. What's happening? But yeah, I love that, yo. Like, the world building, like, what did you just say? RJ? Like, bro, that's how I felt. What did you say, RJ? Like, the only dragon he had ever heard of was Luz Therin Telamon. Luz Therin Kinslayer had been the dragon. The dragon was the Kinslayer, except now there was himself. But, like, what? So, but he could not be marked with himself. Perhaps the figure on the banner was a dragon. not even Aes Sedai seemed to know what that creature was. Like, again, what is happening? Why don't we know these things? Like, I didn't even know we didn't know. So we're just assuming all this shit. Like, wow. Like, what? What's happening here, brother? Like, I have so many questions, brother. I have so many questions here now. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what is. Or is it like, were they talking about dragons in the sense of, now, since there's like multiverses and shit, and there's all these portal stones, and obviously if there's portal stones, that has to mean that someone else was using them before. I can't believe this is something that I've never thought about until this point right now, but yeah, that would have to mean that someone else has been using these portal stones before, or else why the hell would they just be there and so easily be able to be teleported from one place to the other? So, are we talking about dragons on a multiversal sense now? Like, were we once connected across all of these different multiverses and timelines, and then something happened once the Dark One was released, and then he started... I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, I got my not even maybe. I have my tinfoil hat on right now, and I have no idea what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea what's going on. Like, egad. Egad. Just wait until Rand's talents start growing in. Sensei's gonna lose it. See, and the thing is, I know you're joking, but this shit is so wild that my boy really might turn into a dragon. And I would be surprised, but I would not be surprised. Like, oh, okay, bro, really turned into a dragon. Awesome. He is now been... He's not the dragon reborn. He's reborn as a dragon. Oh! Oh, man, yo. W shit going on. But then, of course, we get Celine coming in here being Celine, of course. I mean, what else is she gonna do, right? She pulls up like, yo, I go wherever I wish to be. Like, yo, she is just on one, you feel me? And then somehow she can tell that he's marked. I don't even know how that's possible, but she immediately can just smell Elaine's pheromones on him. Yeah, I think it's just Elaine. I don't know if she can... I can't remember if she knows that everybody has marked him. No. I think it's specifically about Elaine. She's like, yo, yeah, because since the last time she saw him, I think one of the only things that has changed is Elaine being all up on him and wanting him, and then them being all lovey-dovey and stuff. And it really goes to show how much Egwene was like not really rocking with him, because she never said anything like that before. So Egwene had never marked him, but Elaine did, you know? Like, okay, like, you know what I'm saying? I forgot I tossed my headphones off because I was in disbelief. I forgot. I forgot I was shocked out of my shoes. Let's go around here. Here. Yep, let's get it.
Mr. Kyrian, I will see that your estates there are returned to you if I can. You have been marked.
By the way, Rand's just absolutely clueless.
She smiled wryly. Estates in Kyrian. I may have had estates in those lands once. The land has changed so much that nothing is as it was. Celine is only a name I sometimes use, Lews Therin. The name I made my own is Lanfear. Rand barked a shallow laugh. A poor joke, Celine. I'd as soon make jests about the Dark One as one of the Forsaken, and my name is Rand. We call ourselves the Chosen, she said calmly. Chosen to rule the world forever. We will live forever. You can also. He frowned at her worriedly. She actually thought she was... Her travails in reaching Tyr must have unhinged her. But she did not look mad. She was calm, cool, certain. Without thinking, he found himself reaching for Sidene. He reached for it and struck a wall he could not see or feel, except that it kept him from the source. You can't be. She smiled. Light, he breathed. You are one of them. Slowly, he backed away. If he reached Calendor, at least he would have a weapon. Perhaps it could not work as a Sa'angreal, but it would do for a sword. Could he use a sword against a woman? Against Selene? No! Against Lanfear? Against one of the Forsaken? His back came up hard against something, and he looked around to see what it was. There was nothing there.
I don't know what you said.
A wall of nothing, with his back pressed against it. Calendor glittered not 3 paces away, on the other side. He thumped a fist against the barrier in frustration. It was as unyielding as rock. I cannot trust you fully, Lutherin. Not yet. She came closer, and he considered simply seizing her. He was bigger and stronger by far, and blocked as he was, she could wrap him up with the power like a kitten tangled in a ball of string. Not with that, certainly, she added, grimacing at Calendor. There are only 2 more powerful that a man can use. One, at least, I know still exists. No, Lutherin, I will not trust you yet with that. Stop calling me that, he growled. My name is Rand. Rand al'Thor. You are Lutherin Telamon. Oh, physically, nothing is the same except your height, but I would know who is behind those eyes even if I'd found you in your cradle. She laughed suddenly. How much easier everything would be if I had found you then, if I had been free to. Laughter faded into an angry stare. Do you wish to see my true appearance? You can't remember that either, can you? He tried to say no, but his tongue would not work. Once he had seen 2 of the Forsaken together, Aginor and Balthamel, the first 2 loosed after 3,000 years trapped just beneath the seal on the Dark One's prison. The one had been more withered than anything could be and still live. The other hid his face behind a mask, hid every bit of his flesh as though he could not bear to see it or have it seen. The air rippled around Lanfear, and she changed. She was older than he, certainly, but older was not the right word. More mature, riper, even more beautiful, if that was possible. A lush blossom in a full flower compared to a bud. Even knowing what she was, she made his mouth go dry, his throat tighten. Her dark eyes examined his face, full of confidence, yet with a hint of questioning, as if wondering what he saw. Whatever she perceived seemed to satisfy her. She smiled again. I was buried deeply in a dreamless sleep where time did not flow. The turnings of the wheel passed me by. Now you see me as I am, and I have you in my hands. She drew a fingernail along his jaw, hard enough to make him flinch. The time for games and subterfuge is past, Lutherin. Long past. His stomach lurched. Do you mean to kill me, then? The light burn you, kill you? She spat incredulously.
Bruh, oh my god, it's going down. Holy hell. Holy hell, it's going down, and I was so not prepared for it to go down in the way that it just amazingly goes. Like, Selene just casually is dropping that she is... What? Everyone is on such demon time in this book. Like, they're like, yeah, I'm kind of tired of just bullshitting with you, so let me just tell you the truth, Lutherin. Like, bruh, I absolutely love that. 2 other Angreals like Kalendor. What? How is that possible? Didn't know that. Um, and then did he remember the Age of Legends at one point? Like, what the hell? Um, it's very interesting that she won't say his name, like Rand. You know, like I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Again, all of this is so interesting to me. If just going back to what's going on with the whole Luce Theron is the only dragon that's ever been known type shit. Because this is, I think I've had this question before, but it's like, why the hell don't nobody call? Did anybody call Luce Theron the dragon before him? Like I think I've asked that before as well. It just seems so weird to me. Like in the Legend of Korra, as if it would be like in the Legend of Korra if they only knew about Aang and didn't know about any of the other avatars before him. You know, like it's so different. And you can see where that world building changed as well for them when they were making Avatar: The Last Airbender. Because of course there is a ton of similarities. All the way down to the Avatar not being around for hella long, and then the Avatar being born. All of that shit is so. It is Avatar is so Wheel of Time coded. It's no doubt why I love it so much. um. Book Lanfear is a completely different person from Show Lanfear, but I think it's safe to say that everybody in the book is completely different from how they are in the show. But somehow they have some similarities, but not nearly as many as they should. And then she said, go to Shio Ghul into the doom, hear him, and bathe in his presence. Bro, they are dropping some of the dopest one-liners in here. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing, bro. Like, I really wasn't prepared for the amount of W one-liners there are.
The great Lord, and he will set you above all others. He will leave you free to reign as you will, so long as you bend knee to him only once, to acknowledge him. No more than that. He told me this. Asmodean will teach you to wield the power without it killing you. Teach what you can do with it. Go to Shale Ghul into the pit of doom, and you can exalt you above a place above them. Rand surprised himself by managing a laugh. Great Lord of the Dark? Can't you say his true name either? Surely you don't fear to attract his attention as decent people do? Or do you? It would be blasphemy, she said simply. They are right to be afraid, Samael and the rest. The great Lord does want you. He wants to exalt you above all other men. He told me. That's ridiculous. The Dark One is still bound in Shale Ghul, or I would be fighting Tom and Gaidon right now. And if he knows I exist, he'd want me dead. I mean to fight him. Oh, he knows. The great Lord knows more than you would suspect. It is possible to talk with him. Go to Shale Ghul into the pit of doom, and you can hear him. You can bathe in his presence. A different light shone on her face now. Ecstasy. She breathed through parted lips and for a moment seemed to stare at something distant and wondrous. Words cannot even begin to describe it. You must experience it to know. You must. She was seeing his face again, with eyes large and dark and insistent. Kneel to the great Lord, and he will set you above all others. He will leave you free to reign as you will, so long as you bend knee to him only once, to acknowledge him. No more than that.
Mimicking
told me
the,
this.
like when Satan tells
Asmodean
Jesus
will
to
teach you
kneel
to
and he
wield
can
the
reign over
power
all the
without it
kingdoms.
killing
Beautiful.
you. Teach what you can do with it. Let me help you. We can destroy the others. The great Lord will not care. We can destroy all of them, even Asmodean, once he has taught you all you need to know. You and I can rule the world together under the great Lord forever. Her voice dropped to a whisper, equal parts eagerness and fear. 2 great Sa'angreal were made just before the end. One that you can use, one that I can. Far greater than that sword. Their power is beyond imagining. With those we could challenge even the great Lord himself, even the Creator. You are mad, he said raggedly. The father of lies says he will leave me free. I was born to fight him. That is why I am here, to fulfill the prophecies. I'll fight him and all of you until the last battle, until my last breath. You do not have to. Prophecy is no more than a sign of what people hope for. Fulfilling the prophecies will only bind you to a path leading to Tarman Gaidon and your death. Mogedion or Samael can destroy your body. The great Lord of the Dark can destroy your soul. An end utter and complete. You will never be born again, no matter how long the wheel of time turns. No! For what seemed a long time, she studied him. He could almost see the scales weighing alternatives. I could take you with me, she said finally. I could have you turned to the great Lord, whatever you want or believe. There are ways. She paused, perhaps to see if her words had had any effect. Sweat rolled down his back, but he kept his face straight. He would have to do something, whether he had a chance or not. A second attempt to reach Saidin battered vainly against that invisible barrier.
Like, oh my goodness, 2 Angreal stronger than like, come on. Like, it's going absolutely down. It's going down. Holy shit. It is going down. Like, what? I'm still in disbelief. Like, like what the hell is going on, bruh?
She muttered. I won't take you this time. I want you to come to me of your own will, and I will have it. What is the matter? You're frowning. A man slipping in at the doors with a knife. His eyes had slid past the fellow almost without seeing. Instinctively, he pushed Lanfear out of the way and reached for the true source. The shield blocking him vanished as he touched it, and his sword was in his hands like a red-gold flame. The man rushed at him, knife held low, and point up for a killing stroke. Even then it was difficult to keep his eyes on the fellow, but Rand pivoted smoothly, and the wind blows over the wall took off the hand holding the knife and finished by driving through his assailant's heart. For an instant, he stared into dull eyes, lifeless while that heart still pumped, then pulled his blade free. A grey man. Rand took what felt like his first breath in hours. The corpse at his feet was messy, bleeding onto the scroll-worked carpet, but there was no difficulty in fixing an eye on him now. It was always that way with the Shadow's assassins. When they were noticed, it was usually too late. This makes no sense. You could have killed me easily. Why distract me for a grey man to sneak up on me? Lanfear was watching him warily. I make no use of the soulless. I told you there are differences among the chosen. It seems I was a day late in my judgment. But there is still time for you to come with me, to learn, to live. That sword, she all but sneered, you do not do the 10th part of what you can. Come with me and learn. Or do you mean to try to kill me now? I loosed you to defend yourself.
Woo!
Her voice, her stance, said she expected an attack, or at the very least was ready to counter it. But that was not what stopped him, any more than her loosing the bonds in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
She was one of the Forsaken. She had served evil so long she made a black sister look like a newborn babe. Yet he saw a woman. He called himself 9 kinds of fool, but he could not do it. Maybe if she tried to kill him. Maybe. But all she did was stand there, watching, waiting. No doubt ready to do things with the power he did not even know were possible if he attempted to hold her. He had managed to block Elaine and Egwene, but that had been one of those things he did without thinking, the way of it buried somewhere in his head. He could only remember that he had done it, not how. At least he had a firm grip on Sidene. She would not surprise him that way again. The stomach-wrenching taint was nothing. Sidene was life, perhaps in more ways than one.
Woo!
A sudden thought
Bro, I
boiled
was
up in his head
literally
like a hot
drunk on
spring.
that shit.
The Aiel.
Oh.
Even a grey man should have found it impossible to sneak through doors watched by 6 Aiel. What did you do to them? His voice grated as he backed toward the doors, keeping his eyes on her. If she used the power, maybe he would have some warning. What did you do to the Aiel outside? Nothing, she replied coolly. Do not go out there. This may be only a testing to see how vulnerable you are, but even a testing may kill you if you are a fool. He flung open the left-hand door onto a scene of madness.
Oh my god, bro, this book is so amazing. Let's go! Full steam ahead, baby. Full steam ahead. Like, this shit is fire, man. I love it. We're just getting lore, world building, magic system. Like, every ounce of everything is being built on. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. I absolutely love this book, man. Like, oh my god. Like, amazing, bro. Amazing. This shit makes me so excited. That chapter was so flippin' long, it's insane. It was like long, but it wasn't because I think we had like 5 or 6 POVs in that one chapter. It wasn't even like one of the longer. I mean, it was a longer chapter. That one was like 40 minutes long. But I mean, most chapters are the longer chapters are 40 minutes and up, and then the longest ones get to an hour. You know what I mean? Like that's when it's like, okay, these are long as shit. Is when it's touching an hour. But those, the 40-minute range is kind of where a good chunk of them are, and it's like every single word is used like so purposefully. You know what I mean? Like not a word is wasted. Not one word is wasted on anything, bro. And I love that. I love this book. Like this book really gets me hyped. Especially because he's a wordsmith. So he's just like Robert Jordan is just painting the picture on everything that's happening. Everything that goes down. He is just letting you know that he knows what that is. Okay. All right, it's going down. Let's see. RJ likes to fade to black, which he does a lot. The show mostly did that too, though. I think the Rand and Moiraine scene was the only one where we actually saw something. I immediately washed my eyes out. Yeah, that was intense. It was going down. I was like, oh, should I leave? Bruh, don't let HBO Max get a hold of this show because it's gonna be insanity. Yeah, I agree. Rand should never let Kalendor out of his sight. Imagine if Forsaken got it now that it's no longer protected by the stone. It's crazy to think about that and how Rand just runs out of the room. and just kind of doesn't even think about Celine being in there with Kalendor. Like, insanity, bro. He's crazy. Luce does have seemed to coin the name Dragon, hence Rand being the Dragon Reborn. Whether Rand and Luce's souls existed prior to Luce is unknown at this point, but given the wheel, it's possible. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. The dragon is the nickname Luce Theron got. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Uh, Before that should be a spoiler. Okay, don't no spoilers, please. Let's see. Pheromones is crazy. Rant. What's up with it, Rant Almore? Welcome in, my guy. Crazy that this is I think this is the first thing that you said is pheromones. I mean, you know, spooky season, as spooky doesn't. Um, I hope they show us their calendar concept art that surely exists somewhere. Oh, that's a good point. I mean, we saw how like Balefire and shit like that looked. It seems like we were going. I don't even know how it's possible to get more techy than Star Wars, but the type of shit that was about to go on, like we were about to see a whole new world of shit being created here. Like when she used that shit and it just like shot out a plasma lightning beam into the sky and it just like I was like, oh, this is about to be the best shit we've ever seen. And then it got canceled. We need more. I think most of their concept artists are on ArtStation. I don't remember seeing Calendar though. We could always ask. Yo, it's something that needs to happen. We must know immediately. Turns out Lanfear's true appearance is just slightly hotter than her fake appearance. And it's like, damn, how is that possible? Avatar The Last Airbender, the avatars are born immediately, one right after the other. And why? It's been like 3,000 years. Yeah, that's so true. And I think that's where they wanted to do something similar, but they just like narrowed it down, right? To where instead of it not, of course, it's not 3,000 years, but they make Aang drag out to 100 years to where it's been the last time that they've seen an avatar, you know, like all of that is crazy. I guess they definitely simplified it in a lot of ways. Okay, oh yeah, okay, man. Chapter 9 was another. It was just yet another banger. I mean, we went all over the world with this chapter, yo. We were foreshadowing stuff like crazy. I think this was the chapter of foreshadow when it comes to everything, right? Like we even started talking about Nynaeve, and Nynaeve. No, yeah, we did talk a little bit about Nynaeve and Lan here. It's like spending time with each other. We found out that Rand and Elaine have been spending time. Like everybody has been just spending time with somebody and just doing stuff while they're here. And you know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, bro. Like to think everyone was just chilling and how all of that is gonna come to a abrupt ending immediately. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. I almost don't want to move forward, bro, because I just know it's about to get ugly here. All right. It must be done.
Chapter 10. The Stone Stands. Dead Aielman lay at Rand's feet, tangled with the bodies of 3 very ordinary men in very ordinary coats and breeches. Ordinary-looking men, except that 6 Aiel, the entire guard, had been slain, some obviously before they knew what was happening, and Each of those ordinary men had at least 2 Aiel spears through him.
Like, bruh, what? Again, we are starting off on fire, letting us know what the hell is going on, letting us know that there are no punches being held from the beginning. Like, we go from love triangles and quiet moments straight into flaming swords of...
That was not the half of it, though. As soon as he pulled the door open, a roar of battle had washed over him. Shouting, howling, steel clashing on steel among the redstone columns. The defenders in the anteroom were fighting for their lives beneath the gilded lamps against bulky, black-mailed shapes, head and shoulders taller than they, shapes like huge men, but with heads and faces
Foreshadow
distorted
rising,
by
I
horns
agree.
or feathers, by muzzle or beak where mouth and nose should be. Trollocs. They strode on paws or hooves as often as on booted feet, cutting men down with oddly spiked axes and hooked spears and scythe-like swords that curved the wrong way. And with them a Murdral, like a sleek-moving man with maggot-white skin in black armour, like death made bloodless flesh. Somewhere in the stone an alarm gong sounded, then stopped, with lethal suddenness. Another took it up, and another, in brazen tolls. The defenders fought, and they still outnumbered the Trollocs, but there were more men down than Trollocs. Even as Rand's eyes found them, the Murdral tore off half the tyrant captain's face with one bare hand while the other drove a dead black blade through a defender's throat, slipping defenders' spear thrusts like a snake. The defenders faced what they had thought were only travellers' tales to frighten children. Their nerve was frayed to snapping. One man, who had lost his rimmed helmet, threw down his spear and tried to flee, only to have his head split like a melon by a Trolloc's massive axe. Yet another man looked at the Murdral and fled screaming. The Murdral darted sinuously to intercept. In a moment, the humans would all be running. "Fade!" Rand shouted. "Try me, Fade!" The Murdral stopped as if it had never moved, its pale, eyeless face turning to him. Fear
Try
rippled
me,
through
Fade!
Rand at that stare, sliding over the bubble of cold calm that encased him when he held Sidene. In the Borderlands, they said, the look of the eyeless is fear. Once he had believed Fades rode shadows like horses and disappeared when they turned sideways. Those old beliefs were not so very far wrong. The Murdral flowed toward him, and Rand leaped the dead men in front of the doorway to meet it, his boots skidding on bloody black marble as he landed. "Rally to the stone!" he shouted as he leaped. "The stone stands!" Those were the battle cries he had heard on the night the stone had not stood. He thought he heard a vexed shout of "Fool!" from the room he had left, but he had no time for Lanfear or what she might do. That skid very nearly cost him his life. His red gold blade barely turned the Murdral's black one as he fought for balance. "Rally to the stone! The stone stands!" He had to keep the defenders together. All faced the Murdral and 20 Trollocs alone. "The stone stands!" he heard someone echo him. Then another. "The stone stands!"
Hell yeah!
The Fade moved as fluidly as a serpent, the snake-like illusion heightened by the overlapping plates of black armour down its chest. Yet not even a black lance ever struck so quickly.
Oh my god,
For a time, it was all Rand could do to
awesome.
keep its blade from his own unarmoured flesh. That black metal could make wounds that festered, almost as hard to heal as the one that ached in his side now. Each time dark steel forged in Thakandar below the slopes of Sheol Ghul met red-gold power-wrought blade, light flashed like sheet lightning in the room, a sharp bluish-white that hurt the eyes. "You will die this time," the Murdral rasped at him in a voice like the crumbling of dead leaves. "I will give your flesh to the Trollocs and take your women for my own." Rand fought as coldly as he ever had.
Take your women
and as
for my
desperately.
own.
The
What?
Fade knew the use of a sword. Then an instant came when he could strike a blow squarely at the sword itself, not merely divert it. With a hiss as of ice falling on molten metal, the red-gold blade sheared through the black. His next blow took that eyeless head from its shoulders. The shock of hacking through bone shivered up his arms. Inky blood fountained from the stump of its neck. The thing did not fall, though. Thrashing blindly with its broken sword, the headless figure stumbled about, striking randomly at the air. As the Fade's head fell to roll across the floor, the remaining Trollocs fell too, shrieking, kicking, tearing at their heads with coarse-haired hands. It was a weakness of Murdral and Trollocs. Even Murdral did not trust Trollocs, so they often linked with them in some way Rand did not understand. It apparently ensured the Trollocs' loyalty, but those linked to a Murdral did not survive its death long. The defenders, still standing, fewer than 24, did not wait. In 2s and 3s they stabbed each Trolloc repeatedly with their spears until it stopped moving. Some of them had the Murdral down, but it flailed wildly no matter how much they stabbed. As the Trollocs fell silent, a few surviving human wounded could be heard moaning, weeping. There were still more men littering the floor than shadow spawn. The black marble was slick with blood, almost invisible against the dark stone. "Leave it," Rand told the defenders trying to finish the Murdral. "It's dead already. Fades just don't want to admit they're dead." Lan had told him that, what seemed a long time ago. He had had proof of it before this. "See to the injured."
Bruh, already we are off to a motherfucking start. This is amazing. Legit, right out the gate. The stone stands. It's going down. Why did it seem like the Madral has a grudge for something? Like, what is going on? Everything possible that could be amazing right now is happening in order of amazingness start to finish. Like, this shit was crazy. I was not ready for any aspect of what we were discussing here, and honestly, the hive mind link is incredible. I love a good hive mind. You know what I mean? The hive mind goes a long way for me. And this already started it off at a freaking top tier banger, bro. Like, the action here is just insane. It's just so insane, and I love every aspect of what we see here. Like, as he, like, keeps hyping up everybody, like, everyone's like, yo, for the stone, the stone stands, and everybody keeps like falling in to Rand, and everybody starts locking in and just going and going and going, bro. And I love it, bro. I love how they all just rally to Rand. It's like, yo, they're like, we got the Dragon Reborn on our side, my guy. We can do anything.
Then a wolf-snouted Trolloc thrust a Tyran spear toward Moraine's back. Lan whirled as though he had eyes in the back of his head, taking off the Trolloc's leg at the knee. The Trolloc fell, howling, yet still managed to thrust spear point at Lan, just as another clubbed the warder awkwardly with the flat of its axe, buckling his knees. Rand could do nothing, for at that moment 5 Trollocs fell upon him and his 2 companions, all snouts and boar's tusks and ram's horns, pushing the humans out of the colonnade by the sheer weight of their rush. 5 Trollocs should have been able to kill 3 men without much difficulty, except that one of the men was Rand, with a sword that treated their mail like cloth. One of the defenders died, and the other vanished, chasing after a wounded Trolloc, the lone survivor of the 5. When Rand hurried back to the colonnade, there was a smell of burned meat from the chamber below, and great burned bodies on its floor. But no sign of Moraine or Lan. That was...
Yo. Oh my God. Like, every moment is more hype than the next, Like, I just love it. I love it. He just pulls up, and then they just sees Moiraine and Lan just straight up surrounded. And then Lan is like, every time, I don't know why, I basically picture Lan doing like ballerina shit, but with a sword, and doing like he's like a mixture of like John Wick and a ballerina, but no guns and all swords, and he's just flowing from one person to the next almost gracefully, just shink, shink, shink. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit needs to be an anime. I keep telling everyone, and I keep on saying it, the scale of some of these books, it just cannot properly be met with CGI. You know what I mean? Like, because you're just gonna have to use so much CGI to do little things that are badass to really put an impact on it. But if you go like the Blue Eye Samurai level with this shit, getting bricked.
was the way of the contest.
Wait, did I want to press play there?
Contest for the
Okay.
stone, or the contest for Rand's life. Battles sprang up and drifted away from where they began, or died when one side fell. Not only did men fight Trollocs and Murdral, men fought men.
Yeah.
There were dark friends siding with the Shadowspawn, roughly dressed fellows who looked like former soldiers and tavern brawlers. They seemed as fearful of the Trollocs as the Tyrants did, but they killed as indiscriminately where they could. Twice Rand actually saw Trollocs battling Trollocs. He could only assume the Murdral had lost control of them and their bloodlust had taken over. If they wanted to slay each other, he left them to it. Then, alone once more and seeking, he trotted round a corner and right into 3 Trollocs, each twice as wide as he and nearly half again as tall. One of them, with an eagle's hooked beak thrusting out of an otherwise human face, was hacking an arm from the corpse of a Tyrant noblewoman, while the other 2 watched eagerly, licking their snouts. Trollocs ate anything so long as it was meat. It was an even chance whether he was more surprised or they were, but he was the first to recover. The one with the eagle's beak went down, male and belly alike opened across. The sword form, called Lizard in the Thornbush, should have done for the other 2, but that first fallen Trolloc, thrashing still, half kicked his foot out from under him, and he staggered, his blade only scoring a slice along his target's mail, right into the path of the second Trolloc as it fell, Wolf's muzzle snapping at nothing. It crushed him to the stone tiles beneath its bulk, trapping sword arm and sword alike. The one still standing raised its spiked axe, coming as close to a smile as a boar's snout and tusks would allow. Rand struggled to move, to breathe. A scythe-curved sword split the boar's snout to the neck. Wrenching its blade free, a 4th Trolloc bared goat teeth at him in a snarl, ears twitching beside its horns. Then it darted away, sharp hooves clicking on the floor tiles. Rand heaved himself out from under the dead weight of the Trolloc, half stunned. A Trolloc saved me. A Trolloc?
Okay, what the hell is going on here? How is Trolloc saving who? What? Now? What's going on, bruh? Like, how do I still keep getting so surprised by shit, man? Like, what's going on? Like, when Rand killed the Madral, did he somehow take over the Wi-Fi connection and then also start hosting for some of the hive mind or something? Or it like what's going on here? Like, is Perrin unknowingly connected to some of the Trollocs that are wolves because they're still wolf a little bit, so they're able to, I don't know, bro. Like, what is going on, man? I am racking my brain at this shit, bro. It's going down. It's insane, bro. Like, I wrote down, like, this is almost a war. It is legit like a battle. Like a battle of the age, my guy. Since it's not a war, it's legit a battle of the age. Like, this is where legends are made. Even my guy Perrin is going in here. You know what I mean? Like, what? So yeah, again, did him killing the Madral cause him to take control over some of them? Like, I don't know what the hell was really going on there. Like, I don't know what the hell was really going on. And then after all of this, can you believe that Lanfear had to tell this fool to go get the sword so he could stop these motherfuckers? Like, you forgot about Kalendor, Rand? What are you doing? This could have been over a long time ago if you just went and if you had that from the start, bro. Like, isn't that difficult? Like, Jesus.
Trolloc blood was all over him, thick and dark. Far down the hallway, in the opposite direction from where the goat-horned Trolloc had fled, blue-white flashed as 2 Murdral moved into view, fighting each other, in an almost boneless blur of continuous motion. One forced the other into a crossing corridor, and the flashing light faded from sight. I'm mad. That's what it is. I am mad, and this is all some crazed dream. You risk everything rushing about wildly with that sword. Rand turned to face Lanfear. She had put on the appearance of a girl again, no older than he, perhaps younger. She lifted her white skirts to step over the Tyran lady's torn body. For all the emotion on her face, it might as well have been a log. You build a hut of twigs, she went on, when you could have marble palaces for the snap of your fingers. You could have had their lives and such souls as Trollocs possess with little effort, and instead they nearly killed you. You must learn. Join with me. Was this your doing? He demanded. That Trolloc saving me? Those Murdral? Was it? She considered him a moment before giving a slight, regretful shake of her head. If I take credit, you will expect it again, and that could be deadly. None of the others is really certain where I stand, and I like it that way. You can expect no open aid from me. Expect your aid? Who come against you? Where is Calendor, Luz Therin? Still up in your bedchamber like some useless ornament? Do you think yours is the only hand that can wield it now that you have drawn it free? If Samael is here, he will take it and use it against you. Even Mogedion would take it to deny you its use. She could gain much by trading it to any male chosen. He struggled against whatever held him. Nothing moved but his head, flung from side to side. Calendor in the hands of a male Forsaken. The thought drove him half mad with fear and frustration. He channeled, tried to pry at what held him, but there might as well have been nothing to pry. And then...
Okay, so we have crazy levels of magic system expanse and world building just going on here, just back to back, left and right, and I just absolutely love it. We also get to see my guy Perrin here being a freaking badass. And immediately the thing that I wrote there was, thank God Perrin and Fael are okay. Because, bruh, I just did not know what was going on. Okay, and then he lets go of the red gold blade and seemed more than he could do. When it vanished, he almost called it back. Is Rand doing some Keyblade shit here, guys? And making weapons teleport into his hands? Like, how is everything that I love somehow referenced in this show? Or in this book? Because it definitely seems like bro is just going, and then there's a sword in his hands, and then he's like, shh, and then the sword is just gone. It's not like it drops to the floor, it's gone. It's like he's grabbing it out of some interdimensional realm or something, or just making it teleport into his hands, and then he's just, all right, I don't need that anymore. I'll come grab that again when I need it. And then whenever he needs it, he can just, and then it's basically not there, and then as he's pulling it, it's like appearing. Is that what's happening? Am I getting that right? Or am I confuzzled? Because I feel confuzzled every time it's like, and the sword, and he wields the sword. Like, what? Like, is it actually there for, like, I don't understand, bro. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, because I think before I assumed that it was like just not there, but it's like he has this flaming sword of justice that other people are also able to see. Maybe I don't know. I'm not sure. Combines fire and air to shape a sword. Oh, okay. So from what they're doing, what Swan was doing before, she could only use air, but he's using fire and air to kind of make. Well, she didn't have to only use air, but she only used air then. But he's like literally making the flaming sword of justice stand out. Okay, all right. I thought he was actually like wielding the Heron Mark blade out of thin air. Like, I thought he was like Heron Mark blade. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought was happening. You may remember Swan using only air to shape a sword in book 2. Yeah, okay, I understand. So he just took that and then added some extra levels to it. Because he's the goddamn Dragon Reborn. I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific. Okay, let's see. We should be at the right. Don't tell me I closed that shit. We should be at the right part here.
He took it up again, used it to draw on the true saw.
Here we go.
He flung open both doors. The Seren and
Here we go.
Calendor, then?
I think there is something extremely badass about Rand pushing in with the men and like killing Trollocs the whole way through. Remembering he doesn't have Calendor, turning his ass around and sprinting all the way back to get that shit. Like, there is just something so badass about that. I don't know what it is, but there's just something so badass about him being like, oh shit, whoops. Let me go get that real quick, and then he's off to the races, and then he goes and gets Kalendor. Like, that is so badass.
Still he hesitated. One of the Forsaken stood there, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. Turning, he ran for Kalendor. Her laughter seemed to follow him. This time he did not turn aside to fight Trollocs or Murdral, did not slow his wild climb through the stone unless they got in his way. Then his sword carved of fire sliced a way through for him. He saw Perrin and Fail, he with axe in hand, she guarding his back with her knives. The Trollocs seemed as reluctant to face Perrin's yellow-eyed stare as his axe blade. Rand left them behind without a second look. If one of the Forsaken took Kalendor, none of them would live to see the sunrise. Breathless, he scrambled through the columned anteroom, leaping the dead still lying there, defenders and Trollocs alike, in his haste to reach Kalendor. He flung open both doors. The sword that is not a sword sat on its gilded and gem-set stand, shining with the light of the setting sun, waiting for him.
Damn
Now that
right
he
it
had it in
did.
sight, safe, he was almost loath to touch it. Once he had used Kalendor as it was truly meant to be used. Only once. He knew what awaited him when he took it up again, used it to draw on the true source far beyond what any human could hold unaided. Letting go the red gold blade seemed more than he could do. When it vanished, he almost called it back. Feet dragging, he skirted the corpse of the grey man and put his hands slowly on Kalendor's hilt. It was cold, like crystal long in the dark, but it did not feel so smooth that it would slip in the hand. Something made him look up. A Fade stood in the doorway, hesitating, its pale-faced, eyeless gaze on Kalendor. Rand pulled at Saidin, through Kalendor. The sword that is not a sword blazed in his hands as if he held noonday. The power filled him, hammering down like solid thunder. The taint rushed through him in a flood of blackness. Molten rock pulsed along his veins. The cold inside him could have frozen the sun. He had to use it, or burst like a rotted melon. The Murdral turned to flee, and suddenly black clothes and armour crumpled to the floor, leaving oily motes floating in the air. Rand was not even aware he had channeled until it was done. He could not have said what he had done if his life had depended upon it. But nothing could threaten his life while he held Kalendor. The power throbbed in him like the heartbeat of the world. With
Dropped him
Kalendor
and
in
it's
his
crazy.
hands, he could do anything. The power hammered at him, a hammer to crack mountains. A channeled thread whisked the Murdral's drifting remains out into the anteroom, and its clothes and armour too. A trickled flow incinerated both. He strode out to hunt those who had come hunting him. Some of them had come as far as the anteroom. Another Fade and a huddle of cowering Trollocs stood before the columns at the far side, staring at ash that sifted out of the air, the last fragments of the Murdral and all its garb. At the sight of Rand, with Kalendor flaring in his hands, the Trollocs howled like beasts. The Fade stood paralysed with shock. Rand gave them no chance to run. Maintaining his deliberate pace toward them, he channeled, and flames
Oh my
roared from the bare black
God.
marble beneath the shadow spawn, so hot that he flung up a hand against it. By the time he reached them, the flames were gone. Nothing remained but dull circles on the marble. Back down into the stone he went, and every Trolloc, every Murdral he saw died, wreathed in fire. He burned them, fighting Aiel or Tyrants, and killing servants trying to defend themselves with spears or swords snatched from the dead. He burned them as they ran, whether stalking more victims or fleeing him. He began to move faster, trotting, then running, past the wounded, often lying untended, past the dead. It was not enough. He could not move fast enough. While he killed Trollocs in handfuls, others still slew, if only to escape. Suddenly he stopped, surrounded by the dead, in a wide hallway. He had to do something. Something more. The power slid along his bones, pure essence of fire. Something more. The power froze his marrow. Something to kill them all of them at once. The taint on Saidin rolled over him, a mountain of rotting filth threatening to bury his soul. Raising Kalendor, he drew on the source, drew on it till it seemed he must scream screams of frozen flame. He had to kill them all. Just beneath the ceiling, right above his head, air slowly began to revolve, spinning faster, milling in streaks of red and black and silver. It roiled and collapsed inward, boiling harder, whining as it whirled and grew smaller still. Sweat
Jesus.
rolled down Rand's face as he stared up at it. He had no idea what it was, only that racing flows he could not begin to count connected him to the mass. It had mass, a weight growing greater while the thing fell inward on itself. Calendar flared brighter and brighter, too brilliant to look at. He closed his eyes, and the light seemed to burn through his eyelids.
Oh
The
my
power whizzed
god.
through him, a raging torrent that threatened to carry all that was him into the spinning. He had to let go. He had to. He forced his eyes open, and it was like looking at all the thunderstorms in the world compressed to the size of a Trollocs head. He had to... Now! The thought floated like cackling laughter on the rim of his awareness. He severed the flows rushing out of him, leaving the thing still whirling, whining like a drill on bone. No! And the lightnings came, flashing out along the ceiling left and right like silver streams. A Murdral stepped out of a side corridor, and before it could take a second step, 6 flaring streaks stabbed down, blasting it apart. The other streams flowed on, fanning down every branching of the corridor, replaced by more and more erupting every second. Rand had not a clue to what he had made or how it worked. He could only stand there, quivering with the power that filled him with the need to use it, even if it destroyed him. He could feel Trollocs and Murdral dying, feel the lightning strike and kill. He could kill them everywhere, everywhere in the world. He knew it. With Calendar, he could do anything. And he knew trying would kill him just as surely. The lightnings faded and died with the last shadow spawn. The spinning mass imploded with a loud clap of inrushing air. But Calendar still shone like the sun. He shook with the power. Moraine was there, a dozen paces away, staring at him. Her dress was neat, every fold of blue silk in place.
She like, holy shit, what did this dude just
She looked
do?
tired and
What?
shocked. How? What you have done, I would not have believed possible. Lan appeared, half trotting up the hall, sword in hand, face bloodied, coat torn. Without taking her eyes from Rand, Moraine flung out a hand, halting the warder short of her. Well short of Rand, as if he were too dangerous for even Lan to approach. Are you... well, Rand?
Are you well, Rand? Hell nah, he ain't well, bro. You just see what happened? Bro just called down the thunders of the gods on these Prologue, bro. Like, lightning never strikes twice unless it's where a punk-ass Trolloc is standing, yo. Holy. Like, that's freaking crazy, bruh. Like, that was just, bruh. The power throbbed in him is absolutely diabolical. We just have to make a note of that. That was wild. RJ was tripping sometimes. But Moiraine killing Trollocs and shit with Lan, but she still looks beautiful, and then Lan looks battle damaged is hilarious. Like, that is so funny, bro. Like, that's hilarious. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh, that shit was funny. I love that. Yo. Oh. Man, but then after this, yo, I cannot believe that these moments that I'm like partaking in this book are the moments that were translated into the show. Like, holy hell, bro. Like, so what Rand did to that Forsaken in the show, that one Forsaken, when he was like channeling or whatever, and then the shit just came down on bro as he was standing there. Like, I feel like that small little itty bitty tiny moment was supposed to like kind of be on par with this badass shit that just happened right here. You know what I'm saying? Because this is crazy. Like the way that Calendar is just blazing in his hand with just power and justice just flowing, you know what I mean? Like, it's just amazing, bro. That shit is so dope. But the thing that's not so dope is the thing that happened next. And that is the zombie girl. Like, bro uses Calendar to channel into this little girl, this dead little girl, to try to revive her, and ends up just puppeting her with the one power instead. Oh, that was just, oh man, you know what I mean? Like, god damn. But again, this just is confirming that they were taking these moments and putting them into the show in a different way, because he does the same thing with the little girl on that show, but it's in the it's with the Aiels in the waist and the Aiel waist. Shout out to my guy Avi. Um, but like that is just it's just very interesting the way that they chose to do certain things when it was supposed to be. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know what was going on there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The more I read, though, the more I'm like, why do they do that? Literally every chapter, every segment that we go through, I'm always like, I wonder why they adapted those things in that manner. I'd be like, like why did they choose to do that? Like time and time again. Uh, yeah, that's so sad that he tries to, you know, yeah. Yeah. My notes were, holy shit, all of this is crazy, and then my next note is, wow, they really simplified all of this. Shaking my head, and it's like, damn, they did. And that's the biggest thing that you can say is that they simplified everything that happened. But I won't say that it's not still impactful in the show to see him trying to bring that little girl back, and it's good. It is good that we don't see her like being like a zombie type of thing or whatever. Um, but I think that would have been pretty awesome to see as well. Uh, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I would have been down for that. And then I also wrote down that there's just more regret for Rand, but that definitely makes sense. But I also enjoyed how he was like, "Damn, I shouldn't have did this," but then he was also like, "But we found out a lot of things that we didn't know before, so maybe it is good that this happened like this." You know. And then it absolutely sucks that dark friends are everywhere all the time, constantly like lurking in the shadows, waiting for something to happen at every moment, all the time. It's like, god damn, there's no chance for them to catch a break. My next notes in succession are Moiraine is so chill, LMAO, Lanfear wants him, dot dot dot. Like that's legit. Again, that's just how sometimes this can be a little whiplash, but it just works so well. And then I also wrote down not mad enough for what, and then he was not mad yet. Dot dot dot. So we got some interesting things going on here in this chapter, bro. Like, yeah, because like I think it was Rand that was saying something. Lanfear had given him almost the last piece without knowing it. One more step. Oh yeah, this whole last paragraph right here, I like it a lot. Tomorrow I will tell you what I am doing. Some of it he would. The thought of Moiraine's face if he told her everything made him want to laugh. If he knew everything himself, yet Lanfear had given him almost the last piece without knowing it. One more step tonight. The hand holding calendar by his side trembled. With that, he could do anything. I am not mad yet. Not mad enough for that. Tomorrow, a good night to us all, the light willing. Tomorrow he would begin to unleash another kind of lightning, another lightning that might save him or kill him. He was not mad yet. Like, dude, that's how we end the chapter. That's how we end chapter 10. Intense. Light camping. Got me ready for it. Like, what? This shit is so fire. I love this book, you guys. I'm so happy that we're back doing book club. Like, I'm so happy we're back doing book club. I can't wait to do Mistborn next. Like, I cannot wait to do Mistborn next. You guys have absolutely no clue how excited I am to jump into Mistborn. Especially now that I have figured out my way to, like record my videos each week, like after every episode and put those out. Like, yeah, I'm hyped for Mistborn. Especially with how cinematic every chapter and all this stuff is. I do not know where we go next with Mistborn, but we're not talking about Mistborn today. We're talking about this amazing piece of writing here. I mean, chapter 10 is just a banger from start to finish. Like I said, love triangles and fire and dragon energy and badass fights from left to right. Trollocs getting dropped. Moiraine looking flawless, Lan looking half dead. Like it's just amazing, bro. Like it's amazing. Everything about this was dope. And then just seeing Rand being like, "Oh shit, I forgot Calendar." Turn and booked it to trying to get it. You know what I mean? Like, damn, bro, shit is so good. I love this. I love this book. Let's see how you guys are feeling before we get on to chapter 11. We're almost done here, y'all. We're almost done here. RJ is amazing at writing how chaotic and fast moving battle scenes are from the first person POV. I agree. I think I wrote down here somewhere. Let's see, chapter 10. Yeah, the action. Oh, yeah, okay. The action here is insane. Jordan writes battles like poetry. Rand's pulling swords out of thin air. Trollocs are getting dropped left and right. Fades flopping around, refusing to die. It's chaos, and I loved every page. Like, oh man. Like, haha, I couldn't have said it better myself. Me. Okay, let's get it. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Yeah, Jordan definitely knows what he's doing all the way through this, man. Like it's kind of insane. Tam's sword was melted in the last battle at Falm, so he's been doing the fire sword thing since then. Thank you, LBF. I forgot about that. I need to go and revisit the battle at Falm, yo. Like, I gotta revisit that. The Trolloc Rehabilitation anti-villain program turns them into good guys. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. I have a lot of theories surrounding why those Trollocs are like helping him out. Go Gadget Fire Sword. I love that. I think I left the iron on. Legit. I love it. I love that shit. I love that he forgets it. I feel like that's something that doesn't happen in stuff enough, you know? Like you never see the main character forget his cheat code weapon. And it's like he forgets it and still goes out there and whoops ass. Like it's almost like Robert Jordan being like, yeah, he forgot Calendar, but he also doesn't really need it. But he kind of does need it though if he wants to do all of this stuff. But I want you to know that he doesn't need it to be badass because he's badass without it. And indeed, he is badass without it. I can't lie about that. I will not argue with you there. All right, Jason. I think it was a nod to this, yes, but they hadn't got to Tyr and Calendar in the show yet. Yeah, I'm just so interested as to why they shuffled things around so heavily. It doesn't feel like they just hit shuffle once. It's like shuffle. Like damn. How do you change so much but keeping the core of so much at the same time? It's a little jarring. Same way how I felt about Avatar: The Last Airbender live action Netflix series. That shit was jarring. It was just so different. It was jarring. They kept so much of the same stuff and changed so much of the same stuff. It was just like, Jesus, what's happening? That scene with the little girl is one of the most heart-wrenching things I've ever read. Yeah, that shit broke my heart too. Like realizing that he was just puppeting her with magic, like that energy, like just oh, bro, like oh my goodness, like just puppeting her around, and the fact that Moiraine is like, bro, don't do this, please, you know. Like, well, not to that point, but you know what I mean. Just like, don't do this, Rand. Like, this is not right, bro. You know it. there was definitely a plan. I can see why they adopted most of the things they did the way they did, but we'll never know for sure. Yeah, that's what sucks. That definitely sucks. Because it's like, damn, they took so many things that are obviously going to happen and showed them in one way or another. It's like kind of the same build up, but they've just kind of they're retelling the story in a completely different way. And they did that with this next chapter as well, you know? In this next chapter, they did that same thing that we're talking about, and that's kind of just shuffling things around. So, we might as well just get right into it. Let's talk about.
Chapter 11. What lies hidden?
Oh my goodness, another banger chapter going down. Like, and then of course we're switching into Egwene's POV, and that is just lovely. I love being in Egwene's POV. Uh, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know, or I can't remember who my favorite POV is right now. Like, I don't know if I know it and I'm just not thinking about it, or if I just don't have it. Because there's so many POVs, and I feel like we get so much information from everybody. Yeah, I think like my favorite character pairing, favorite character POV, you know, somebody else and somebody else and somebody else and somebody. You know what I mean? It's something like that, but I don't know what it is exactly. But Egwene's POV is awesome. And I also put how it's just crazy to think how to everyone else shit is just happening. You know? Like it's not like they understand that, all this other shit is going down. Like, no. They're just in the middle of fighting and then all of the freaking Trollocs burst into flames. Like your boy Rand just pulls up and absolutely rotisserie chickens every Trolloc. He's like, yo, who wants this? I got you. And that is hilarious. Yeah, that's just hilarious to even think about, though. We also get Nynaeve talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. Uh, but yeah, nobody knows what Rand's did in battle, and then that's crazy because they can't see the weaves. All they just see is stuff exploding, which I just think is hilarious. And then from that we go into Egwene where she dives into Teleran Riode, and this is wild. She's basically speed running Dreamworld 101, zero tutorial, just going all the way in on it, and I love that. I like before that we get a little bit of a conversation about all this, a little magical stuff, a little world building stuff, and then she was just talking about how the ring might not work for everyone. You know what I mean? She's like, I'm not sure how some of this stuff is going, uh, and whatnot. And it's like I feel that we do have no idea what's happening here.
In her eyes. Tel Aran Riod, the unseen world, the world of dreams. Not the dreams of ordinary people, though sometimes they touched Tel Aran Riod briefly, in dreams that seemed as true as life, because they were. In the unseen world, what happened was real, in a strange way. Nothing that happened there affected what was. A door opened in the world of dreams would still be shut in the real world. A tree cut down there still stood here. Yet a woman could be killed there, or stilled. Strange barely began to describe it. In the unseen world, the whole world lay open, and maybe other worlds too. Any place was attainable, or at least its reflection in the world of dreams was. The weave of the pattern could be read there, past, present, and future, by one who knew how, by a dreamer. There had not been a dreamer in the White Tower since Corian in Nedial, nearly 500 years earlier. 473 years, to be exact, Egwene thought. Or is it 474 now?
What? What's up with all these things going missing and extinct for so long? Why? Why did this happen? I need an answer to these questions. Like, who forgot this magic, or how has this magic not existed? Is this something Like, is this a bad thing actually that all these things are coming out of the woodwork? Like, is this also hints at what at the Dark One's seal being broken and all of these magics that have been sealed away or not being around for a long time are all kind of showing up at the same time? Is that just like you know what I mean? Like what's like what's going on? Like what? Like literally the way I felt was you're telling me that Rand is the like no, I was like, you know, you're telling me that Lews Therin is the only dragon that we know, and then no one else has been a dreamer for the last 500 years other than Egwene? Like, what's happening? Like, legit. I'm like, bro, this is insane. Where are all of these people? Why is this happening? Like, what has caused these occurrences to be portrayed in the manner that they are? Because your boy was definitely confused. Um, but yeah, man, I love all the stuff that we start learning about, not just Teleran Riode, because we learn a little bit here, not too much. But we also learn more about kind of what's been going on with Leandrin, Rihanna, and Shizmel, Emery, Jean Cade, you know, Gene Cade, all of them. We like hear about them. We're like, okay, we got to be sure that this is what's going on here. This is what's going on there. You know, we just kind of start getting all these not answers necessarily, but we do start finding out a lot more about you know, just life and where we are so far in our investigation, who's caught, where some of these Black Aja are, where the other ones might be. And this is all amazing, bro. Like, all of this works for me very much so. Like, very much so, it all works for me. Uh, Let me see. They start talking about a Panarch. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I don't know if this is. Let me see. Why is my Discord going off and my shit is closed? I don't know what's going on. All right. Um. All right. Let's see.
Would do no good to find herself in a chamber if she had no idea where it was in the city. None of it might do any good in any case. She put that out of her mind. She had to believe there was some chance. The engraving showed a large room with a high ceiling. A rope strung along waist-high posts would keep anyone from going too close to the things displayed on stands and in open-fronted cabinets along the walls. Most of those displays were indistinct, but not what stood at the far end of the room. The artist had taken pains to show the massive skeleton standing there, as if the rest of the creature had that moment disappeared. It had 4 thick-boned legs, but otherwise resembled no animal Egwene had ever seen. For one thing, it had to stand at least 2 spans high, well over twice her height. The rounded skull, set low on the shoulders like a bull's, looked big enough for a child to climb inside, and in the picture, it seemed to have 4 eye sockets. The skeleton marked the room off from any other. There was no mistaking it for anything but itself, whatever it was. If Yuri and Ramavni had known, he had not named it in these pages. What is a Panarch, anyway? She asked, laying the book aside. She had studied the picture a dozen times.
Okay, I think I already talked about this. I think we already went there. Oh, I also put right here. I feel like Am I in the right section? Didn't we just talk about penmarks? I'm a little lost. Okay, penmarks. What the hell? Where am I? Okay.
All of these writers seem to think you know already. The Panarch of Tanchico is the equal of the king in authority, Elaine recited. She is responsible for collecting taxes, customs, and duties. He, for spending them properly. She controls the civil watch and the courts, except for the High Court, which is the king's. The army is his, of course,
King.
except for the Panarch's Legion. I didn't really want to know. Egwene sighed. It had only been something to say, another few moments to delay what she was going to do. The candle was burning down. She was wasting precious minutes.
Okay.
She knew how to step out of the dream when she wanted, how to wake herself. But time passed differently in the world of dreams, and it was easy to lose track.
I'm lost.
As soon as it reaches the mark,
how did this happen?
She said, and Elaine and Nynaeve murmured reassurances. Settling back on her feather pillows, at first she only stared at the ceiling, painted with blue sky and clouds and swooping swallows. She did not see them. Her dreams had been bad enough lately, most of them.
Here we go.
Rand was in them, of course. Rand as tall as a mountain, walking through cities, crushing buildings beneath his feet, with screaming people like ants fleeing from him. Rand in chains, and it was he who was screaming. Rand building a wall with him on one side and her on the other, her and Elaine and others she could not make out. It has to be done, he was saying as he piled up stones. I'll not let you stop me now. These were not the only nightmares. She had dreamed of Aiel fighting each other, killing each other, even throwing away their weapons and running as if they had gone mad. Matt wrestling with a Shaunchan woman who tied an invisible leash to him. A wolf, she was sure it was Perrin though, fighting a man whose face kept changing. Galard wrapping himself in white as though putting on his own shroud, and Garwin with his eyes full of pain and hatred. Her mother, weeping.
Damn.
They were the sharp dreams, the ones she knew meant something. They were hideous, and she did not know what any of them meant. How could she presume to think she could find any meanings or clues in Teleran Riod? But there was no other choice. No other choice but ignorance, and she could not choose that.
And she could not choose that. Yo, we got some crazy shit going on right here. Any guesses on what Egwene's dreams mean? I mean, Rand tall as a mountain, walking through cities, crushing buildings, people screaming like ants. I mean, this makes sense. This is basically what Rand is trying to do, right? Get up all these big armies and go through all these nations and kind of essentially take out stuff. It sounds bad, but it's not too bad, right? But when you get to Rand's in chains screaming, that's where it's like, oh, what's going on right there? You know. And then Rand building a wall with her on one side and him on the other. Anybody that wants to build a wall is usually pretty sus to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what's going on there. It seems like there is a division between them. Maybe he wants to maybe that's like a foreshadowing to him like keeping all the men on one side and all the women on the other side or something, like of a grand wall. That seems like some crazy emperor shit that would happen though. But I don't know where we're going with this story, but that's what that would immediately make me think of. It's like Rand will win in some major way, and then immediately he's going to start teaching the dudes how to channel. But he will separate the men from the women in order to make that shit happen. But that seems like some crazy Führer shit to do. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Aiel fighting and killing each other and throwing away their weapons. I kind of know what this is already from the show, if I'm not mistaken. That's kind of what I feel like that is like the Aiel fighting each other because, like, they're, you know, he's there to literally be the new Dragon Reborn. I cannot imagine how that whole segment is about to be in the Aiel waste now that Rand is a badass already, bro. Like, Rand was not this level of badass in season 4. Like, bro is taking shit, bro. I can't even believe where we're at right now in this book. I have no idea what's gonna happen next. And then it sounds like poor Matt is actually gonna get leashed by the Shanchan. It was so unfortunate. But I guess that means that maybe he can also channel. I'm really interested in knowing how those Shanchan bracelets things work. Like, you know, like are they able to work for any type of channeling period? Because we know that there's like channeling and then there's channel adjacent things, right? Like Perrin doesn't channel, but maybe his ability has to do with the one power or something. Like would Perrin be able to be collared by the little thingamajigger and controlled by a Shan Chan? Does that work for someone like Min as well? Like, is she technically channeling whenever she's seeing visions? Could she be collared? Like, I don't know how deep that shit goes. You know? I don't know. I don't know where that goes. I don't know what that means. Um, yeah, a wolf. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the hell Perrin is fighting, but maybe he's fighting somebody that is a shapeshifter. I don't know if we have shapeshifters yet, but if we do, that's who he fighting. Unfortunately, Galad is going to be joining the White Cloaks. That's not something I think anybody is going to be happy about or see coming. But I'm also not sure. Does Galad have a? Because if he does, then that's definitely some foreshadowing as to what's going on there. Um, Gawain with his eyes full of pain and hatred. That's definitely intense. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if Gawain is going to be frustrated that his brother has, joined the cloth or what. I don't know. I don't know what that could go. And then Marin Alvear, that's her mama, right? That's Egwene's mama. So I don't know, man. It's kind of sounding like some dastardly shit is about to go down. It really sounds like some dastardly shit is about to happen. And I do not know what that dastardly shit is going to be. Egwene talks about a slivery thing in another cabinet, like a three-pointed star single circle was made of no substance she knew. It was softer than metal, scratched and gouged, yet even older than any of the ancient bones. From 10 paces, she could sense pride and vanity. Um, no, I'm not sure what that is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what that is. I'm looking for it in my brain hole, but I don't see it. When she first gets into Teleranrio, though, like she sees a ton of bones, and my first question was like, "Are these bones Trollocs? Like, are these Trolloc experiments? Like, or were there more creatures other than Ogier?" So this is something else that I'm very interested in trying to figure out, you know? Like what is happening? Like what's happening here and I don't know because so far we know Sean Chan have some weird ass creature thing. We know about the Trollocs and then we know about Ogier. Like those are the most like, things that are like the weird shit that's happening here. But it seems like there's some other type of experimentation of some kind going on. I don't know. I'm not sure. My next note here is the Terangrial surge through Eggy. I was probably just wilding at that point. Like, come on, son, what are we doing here? You know. Uh, and then it's pretty badass how oh, I also have here when dying in your sleep is when you die in Teleranriode. That's what a lot of people think is common. Um, and that is crazy. I love stuff like that. I love when things along those lines like start coming into play in shows and movies and all this stuff. Like you know, it works really really well. Um, oh, that song, if I'm not mistaken, that's from Avi, and it was a cover for All of the Lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Yeah, yeah.
Mustache, baby, underneath the nose.
Shout out to my guy Avi. Avi. Off of the light, off of the light. Yeah, that version is All for the Light. That's what it is. All for the Light. All of the Life parody cover. It's something like that. I don't know the name of it exactly. I thought you were here when we listened to that, Akam. Um, okay. Here she also sees um, Aledra. Who's Aledra? Wait, what's happening here? Um, large boar. Yeah, okay. And then she sees the boar covered in coarse hair, and again, I was like, "Yo, what's up with this shit going down here?" Um, we see the woman that was in the Teleranriode Aiel waist. There's also some mustachioed man.
Mustache, baby, underneath the nose.
That's funny that was my next notes is that there was a mustached man. I also put that it's nice that she's confused. Because I like when characters are like, "What the hell is happening?" And that is definitely what Eggy was doing here. Egwene was mad confused about everything that was going on around her, from one moment to the next. Um, Also, she decided to freaking go full blown Superman and just start flying through the air and just like straight soaring. Like, we're soaring, we're flying. You know what I mean? Like, that's how she was feeling in the dream realm. And I'm not mad at her. I mean, that's definitely something that I would try to do if I could, like control my dreams for lack of better words. But then she has this naked duel. You know what I mean? Nah. that was my next thing because her and the woman both like the next time they see each other because she saw her on accident, ran away, and then like the next time the woman finds her, she's like she makes Egwene naked, but then Egwene makes her naked, and then it's like, bro, what was a naked duel? It's a naked off here. Oh, and then my next thing that I put was what's up with all of these bear slash boar massive creatures, bro? Like I just don't understand it. Like they're all bears, boars, and huge creatures with big heads and all. It's like, bro, what? Jesus. And we also get introduced to Amis of the Nine Valleys here. And it's so interesting to me that Amis had heard, or Amis, Amis, I think that's what her name is, had heard of the Black Aja before. That is something that really was wild. And what I wrote down here was the Black Aja echo through the world because literally everyone knows about it. And then the next thing that I wrote down here as well was Amis is in Teleranrio chilling. Like this shit is all so different. Like I just was not ready for how different this whole chapter was from start to finish. Everything is so different, you know? Like it's like, damn, bro, like what in the hell is going on here, bro? Like, you know, like there are just so many weird ass things and so much weird ass shit going on. And it's like, goddamn, everywhere you look, it's some weird ass going down. You know, it's like, goddamn. It's like, just goddamn, bro. Like, what's happening? You know, shifting to Egwene's POV is always amazing. I just love it. I still can't believe that nobody actually knows what Rand was doing in battle. Egwene dives into Teleranrio and just goes in there head over heels. We find out more about the stolen Terangrial. There's 13 total. There's 2 recovered, so there's still like 11 out there, which is terrifying. The dream imagery was also was also wild. Like like these bear boar ogre like creatures that are like hybrid bones and all of this shit. It's just wild. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. It just everything drives me and it just drives me crazy. Uh, you know, it's just kind of driving me crazy that there's just so many shits going on. And I'm like, bro, what in the helly? And like, why are we? I don't know, man. It's just wild. I love it though. I love how everything feels so wild because I have no idea what's going on. Um, then she meets Amis, and that is an amazing moment. Straight up, you flying like a bird, and you ain't a bird. It says, yeah, I love it because it grounds Egwene to let her realize what the hell is really going on here. Um, and then we also found out about Brigitte with the gold hair, the woman with the silver bow. Not really know what's going on there, but we definitely want to keep out for the white mustached man. Well, not the white mustache man, the mustache man in white. Excuse me. You can't really trust that combo either way. Uh, and then, well, of course, we got yeah, and then we also have. I feel like there's more foreshadowing there for the Horn of Valir because of Brigitte there. So we got Matt stuff intertwining with the Dream World stuff that's going on, maybe, and then like ancestors are being channeled through, and it's just like so much stuff is happening here, bro. And I'm loving the whiplash, but also it's a lot going down, bro. It's a lot going down, but I'm loving every minute of it. I can't even complain. Legit cannot complain because this shit is just amazing, yo. Okay. And let's see. All right. Let's see. Let's jump into chat a little bit here. That's kind of the end of chapter 12, chapter 11, excuse me. I'm loving that. Egwene be like, if ignorance is bliss, then knock the smile off my face. Yeah, facts. And I love that about her. Mustache, baby. No, no, no. I understand what emblem you're explaining. I'm saying like I don't recall that like the emblem being like talked about. Where was that introduced at? I feel like she's seeing a giraffe skeleton and a woolly mammoth skeleton. Damn, maybe you guys were able to discern that on your 1000th read because that shit didn't even run across my mind. I think it's from the 2022 Idol. I'm pretty sure. She's in a strange city that she knows is dangerous, knows the Black Aja could be hanging out in Teleranriode, and goes flying around the city. Super inconspicuous. I just can't believe it, bro. Again, it just shows these are kids that are just doing kid things. And I'm like, damn, bro. Yeah, this is wild. This is wild, bro. Some of the oh, excuse me. Some of the shit they do and some of the decisions they make are just like, brother, what are you even doing here? Like, please lock in. Uh, tapata, tapata, yeah, absolutely wild. The Panax Palace has a museum of old artifacts and skeletons. Absolutely diabolical. Mm, I'm so confused. I feel like you guys are getting like right on the edge of being spoilery. So I'm gonna just please ask you to just reel it back just a little bit. Just you know what I mean? Just a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. Cause y'all got me a little bit confused, and I feel like I'm confused because y'all are talking about shit that you understand a little bit more than I understand. And y'all don't know how my brain works. So I'm gonna just leave that there. Chapter 11 was awesome though. I love chapter 11. I love the dream world. It's all freaking awesome, bro. You know what I mean? I love the dream realm. I love everything that we get to see here. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to see how the hell, you know what I mean? Like it's like again, the show. Like she has an entire conversation with Amis in the freaking dream realm, and they're talking and they're doing all this stuff. They see each other naked. Like it's just wild. And then they wake up, and then Amis is like basically just like told on Avienda. Like all of this is wild. How just shit be going down and how shit happens, and I love it. I love every single ounce of it, bro. For real, for real. Like I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it, yo. Awesome. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. Let's see. Thank God for me looking into. Yeah, I'm happy that I did this the way that I did. Because I was like, what's going on here? Okay. All right, chat. We are in the final countdown. We're in the final stage. We are in
Chapter 12. Tanchico or the Tower?
Tanchico or the Tower.
Elaine drew a ragged, relieved breath as Egwene finally stirred and opened her eyes. At the foot of the bed, Avienda's features lost their tinge of frustration and anxiety, and she flashed a quick smile that Egwene returned. The candle had burned past the mark minutes ago. It seemed an hour. "You would not wake up," Elaine said unsteadily. "I shook you and shook you, but you would not wake." She gave a small laugh. "Oh, Egwene! You even frightened Avienda." Egwene put a hand on her arm and squeezed reassuringly. "I'm back now." She sounded tired, and she had sweated her shift through. "I suppose I had reason to stay a little longer than we planned. I will be more careful next time. I promise." Nynaeve returned the pitcher of water to the washstand vigorously, sloshing some out. She had been on the point of throwing it in Egwene's sleeping face. Her features were composed, but the pitcher rattled the washbowl, and she let the spilled water drip to the carpet. Was it something you found? Or was it... Egwene, if the world of dreams can hold on to you in some way, maybe it is too dangerous until you learn more.
Jesus.
Maybe the more often you go, the harder it is to come back. Maybe, I don't know. But I do know we cannot risk letting you become lost. She crossed her arms under her breasts, ready for an argument. I know, Egwene said, very close to meekly. Elaine's eyebrows shot up. Egwene was never meek with Nynaeve, anything but. Egwene struggled off the bed, refusing Elaine's help, and made her way to the washstand to bathe her face and arms in the relatively cool water. Elaine found a dry shift in the wardrobe while Egwene pulled off her sodden one. I met a wise one, a woman named Amice. Egwene's voice was muffled until her head popped out of the top of the new shift. She said I should come to her to learn about Teleran Riod, at some place in the waste called Cold Rock's Hold. Elaine had caught a flicker of Avienda's eye at the mention of the wise one's name. Do you know her? Amice. The Aiel woman's nod could only be described as reluctant. A wise one. A dreamwalker. Amice was far Darius Mai until she gave up the spear to go to Ruidian. A maiden? Egwene exclaimed. So that's why she... no matter. She said she is at Ruidian now. Do you know where this Cold Rock's Hold is, Avienda? Of course. Cold Rocks is Ruach's hold. Ruach is Amice's husband. I visit there sometimes. I used to. My sister-mother, Lian, is sister-wife to Amice. Elaine exchanged confused glances with Egwene and Nynaeve. Once, Elaine had thought she knew a good bit about Aiel, all learned from her teachers in Caemlyn, but she had discovered since meeting Avienda how little she did know. Customs and relationships all were a maze. First sisters meant having the same mother, except that it was possible for friends to become first sisters by making a pledge before wise ones. Second sisters meant your mothers were sisters. If your fathers were brothers, you were father-sisters, and not considered as closely related as second sisters. After that, it truly grew bewildering. What does...
Okay, I'm just gonna say that I think we should be coining these terms, first brothers and first sisters, as terms that we call our cousins that are from our parents, our parents' lineage. You know what I mean? Like, my uncle's son should not just be my cousin. That should be like my first brother. You know what I mean? Or like my second brother. No, yeah, maybe my second brother, because yeah, I think that makes more sense. My first brother would be like if I'm an only child, so I wouldn't have any first brothers or sisters. But like my second brother would be any of my cousins from my aunts and uncles. You know what I mean? Those would be first brothers and first sisters, because like ain't no way that my mom's brother's kid is my cousin in the same way that my mom's cousin is my cousin. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, we are so close. We are so much closer than that. Like that, in my eyes, that's how it seems. You know what I mean? I've been thinking about that for a while. So when I was reading this, and I was like, oh shit. Like, of course that this is specifically to their world building stuff and all this stuff there. But first sisters, meaning you have the same mother, makes so much sense. You know what I mean? So to be like, all right, yo, we're second brothers, we're second, like, brother, yeah, that shit is so much better. Like, you know what I mean? I think that's way better than first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, eighth cousin, twice removed on my sister's granny's mama's side. Like, come on, bro. We're closer than that. We're closer than cousins. We first siblings. We second siblings. That sounds lit. No, that's my second sibling. That's not my cousin. That's my second sibling. Yeah, bro. I'm locking that in. You know what I mean? Like, that's my second sibling, bro. That seems way better than being like, oh, yeah, you know? Because I'm not going to go on a tangent too deep into this, and then I have much deeper than I already have. But, like, my mom's sister's kids, those are my cousins, right? Because they're a little bit more distant away. But my mom's immediately brother and sisters, like, come on, son. Like, like that's so much more second. That's so much more of a second brother and a second sister. I'm gonna end that there. I just had to say that. But I love how the immediate question was, what is a sister wife? And I love how Elaine was like, I am all the way down for everything there. Elaine had me rolling. Like, Like right here, she says, "You and Elaine care for one another as first sisters. What would you have done if one of you were unwilling to step aside for Randolph Thor? Fight over him? Let a man damage the ties between you? Would it have not been better if you both had married him then?" Yo, I was like, "Oh shit, what's happening?" And then Elaine is like, "Hold on, what is happening?" Like she's like, "Hold on, bruh." And now Elaine, I think this is where Elaine kind of spirals a little bit, and she's like, "Shit, I don't want to be first sisters or whatever, or sister. I don't want to be sister wives with men." Mormonism has entered the chat. Yo, I never thought of that, but I mean, I guess the Aiels essentially, not even the Aiels, because they're other. Nah, I guess we don't have to get into like the religious aspects of things, but I can see the Mormonism in this in the world building somewhere. You know, I could definitely see it somewhere in there. What was Robert Jordan's religious background? Actually, I don't think anyone has ever told me that. Told me that. I don't think I've ever asked it. I don't think that's ever came up. But now I am interested in knowing that, and I know someone knows. I know somebody knows. Um, yeah. Elaine's like, "Yo, had men had a viewing, what would she do if men had? If it's Bear Lane, I will strangle her. I will strangle her and him too. If it has to be someone, why couldn't it be Egwene?" Like, yo, she's like, "If I got to be sister wives with somebody, why can't it be my homegirl?" But the book is insane. This book is crazy. Um, let me see. Yeah, the lore is amazing, all the way down to understanding their marriage customs. We get to see training in, I don't know what is RW. Oh, drink. This is where we start talking about them splitting up, going their separate ways, and doing all of their different stuff. Right. So I was mind blown when they were talking about, "Oh, I'll give you the ring, Nynaeve. You come into the dream world. I'll learn stuff in the real world, go into the dream world, and then train you the things I'm learning in the real world, in the dream world, and then when you wake up, you can then teach Elaine the stuff that I trained you in the dream world, in the real world." It's like, brother. I was like, "Holy shit, we are on some crazy levels of shit right now, bro. Like, we are on a whole new level of straight metaphysics, magic systems, lore. Everything is about to increase tremendously with the introduction of the dream world, and I don't feel like that was the case in the show. Now, maybe they were holding out for something in the future, but I don't know. Um, Oh shit! And then we find out that the Black Aja have been captured and killed. Both Joya and Amiko, tongues nailed to the damn wall with their throats slit. Oh my god! I forgot this happened. It is going down, bro. It is going down. Amis, Bear, Mullane, and Sienna. I wrote those names down. Who them people be? Amis, Bear, Mullane, and Sienna or Sienna or Cena. I don't know. I wrote those names down. I'm not sure why. I'm kind of looking through it trying to see who they are. I choked a little bit just now. I had to drink some water. So Are those the other Black Aja that they haven't accounted for? Oh wait, here we go. Avienda, do you know Amis of the 9 valleys of? Oh! These are all the names. Okay, Moiraine comes in. I'm sorry, chat. I got it. I'm locked in. Yeah, these are all of the Aiel wise ones. I see it right here. So, she got like I'm pretty sure Avienda gets mail from the homies. Basically, the young Aiel man who brought it to me told me it was given to him a month ago before any of us reached Tyr. Yes, it is addressed to me by name at the Stone of Tyr. Avienda, do you know Amis of the 9 valleys of Sept of the Tardad, Aiel Baer of the Tardad Aiel, Baer or Bear of the Hydo Sept of the Shardad Aiel, Malaine or Malaini, or I think it's Malaine or Malae. Of the Girard sept of the Goshen Aiel, and Sienna of the Blackcliff sept of Nakai Aiel. They all signed it. The wise ones, all the Dreamwalkers. And then Vivian is like, "Yo, I am far Diaz." This is what she's like. I am far Dariz my. I do not go running like a child when someone calls my name. Again, everything happening so different here, yo. Like, this is so different than what happened in the show. It's crazy, bruh. Like, this makes the Aiel way more ethereal when you first meet, not when you first meet them, but on your journey to go and meet the Aiel. Right before that shit happens, they meet in the dream realm, introduce themselves to she introduces herself to Eggy. Eggy wakes up, and then they're sending letters a month ago for this. What, like, that makes this shit so trippy immediately, and I love that. Like, this introduction is crazy. Not to mention that they were all there fucking shit up this whole time, protecting Rand. Like, this is a crazy introduction to things, like, versus what we see in the show. It's crazy. Oh, and this is where also we find out that, Moiraine told Ruark everything already because the letter told her to. I love it. And she was like, "No way you did that."
Page of the letter. Here is what they say about you. What they said, perhaps, before you had even decided to come to Tyr. There is among the maidens of the spear in the Stone of Tyr a wilful girl called Avienda of the 9 valleys sept of the Ta'ardad Aiel. She must now come to us. There can be no more waiting or excuses. We will await her on the slopes of Chiandire, above Ruidian. There is more about you, but mainly telling me that I must see you come to them without delay. They issue commands like the Amelin, these wise ones of yours. She made a vexed sound, which brought Elaine to wonder if the wise ones had tried issuing commands to the Aes Sedai, too. Not very likely, and unlikely to be successful if tried. Still, something about that letter irritated the Aes Sedai. I am far Darius Mai, Avienda said angrily. I do not go running like a child when someone calls my name. I will go to Tanchico if I wish. Elaine pursed her lips thoughtfully. This was something new from the Aiel woman. Not the anger. She had seen Avienda angry before, if not quite to this degree. But the undertone. She could call it nothing but sulkiness. That seemed as unlikely as Lan being sulky, but there it was. Egwene heard it too. She patted Avienda's arm. It's all right. If you want to go to Tanchico, I'll be pleased that you are protecting Elaine and Nynaeve. Avienda gave her a truly miserable look. Moraine shook her head, only slightly, but still deliberate. I showed this to Ruark. Avienda opened her mouth, her face irate, but the Aes Sedai raised her voice and went on smoothly, as the letter asks me to. Only the part concerning you, of course. He seems quite determined that you will do as the letter asks, as it orders. I think it wisest to do as Ruark and the wise ones wish, Avienda. Do you know?
Yo,
Avienda stared around the room
hilarious.
wildly, as at a trap. I am Darius Mai, she muttered, and strode for the door without another word. Egwene took a step, half raising a hand to stop her, then let it fall as the door banged shut. What do they want with her? She demanded of Moraine. You always know more than you let on. What are you holding back this time? Whatever the wise one's reason, Moraine said coolly, it is surely a matter between Avienda and them. If she wished you to know, she would have told you. You cannot stop trying to maneuver people. Nynaeve said bitterly. You're manoeuvring Avienda into something now, aren't you? Not I. The wise ones. And Ruark. Moraine folded the letter, returning it to her belt pouch with a touch of acerbity in her manner. She can always say no to him. A clan chief is not the same as a king, as I understand Aiel ways. Can she? Elaine asked. Ruark reminded her of Gareth Bryn. The Captain General of her mother's royal guards had seldom put his foot down, but when he did, not even Morghese could bring him around, short of a royal command. There would be no command from the throne this time, not that Morghese had ever issued one to Gareth Bryn when he had decided he was right, now that Elaine thought of it, and without one she expected that Avienda was going to the slopes of Chyandyre above Ruidian. At least she can journey with you, Egwene. Amis can hardly meet you at Cold Rock's Hold if she plans to wait for Avienda at Ruidian. You can go to Amis together. But I do not want her to, Egwene said sadly. Not if she doesn't want to. Whatever anyone wants, Nynaeve said. We have work to do. You will need many things for a trip into the Waste, Egwene. Lan will tell me what, and Elaine and I must make preparations to sail for Tanchico. I suppose we can find a ship tomorrow, but that means deciding what to pack tonight.
And just like that, it's not Tanchico or it's Tanchico and, you feel me? Like, they're going to both places, bro. No, they're not going to the tower at all, right? Like, they're going to Tanchico and the Waste, not Tanchi. It's not Tanchico or the tower, it's Tanchico and the Waste, my guy. Like, that is where the teams are splitting off to next, and I am absolutely head over heels, excited, ready, and locked in for everything that we're about to be getting in this goddamn next chapter. This is a short but powerful chapter. Egwene is waking up to everyone sick and worried about her. Avienda being called back by the wise ones is wild timing. And then we also get a lot deeper into the Aiel culture with the sister wife customs. And even Elaine is like, yo, let me go with Egwene rather than Beverlane. And that, of course, has me rolling. The Moraine line, tomorrow we'll know things we don't know today, is just cold as ice, and I love it, bro. I absolutely love seeing all of these characters lock in together and really just sharing different aspects of everything, yo. As I said it from the jump, we've got so much political drama, shit, and every other genre in between, and I am so excited to see where we go next, okay? The reveal about the two Black Aja found dead, tongues nailed to the door, throat slit, brutal, savage, and like, oh my goodness, bro. I was just not prepared. I was just not prepared for any of that. And now we got Egwene heading off to the Aiel Waste, and we kind of know what's going on. I wasn't gonna say that I know what's gonna happen next because of the show, but gee, I feel like what we saw from the show compared to what's probably about to happen in this book is watered down ridiculousness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like whatever is about to happen in this book is going to be next level compared to what happened to the show. Like, I understand the show can almost get away with doing less because they're showing more. You know, they're literally showing stuff. So being able to show so much means I guess they don't have to explain as much, but I'm not a fan, honestly. I wish they would have actually stayed so true to this book. We just need to get Percy Jackson to do a 4-hour director's cut for The Wheel of Time, book 1, and then give him a 14-movie deal, and let him just do that. We know what I mean? We need this shit in theaters, bro, so it can change people's lives, and it needs to be 4 hours long. Or at least the length of Dune. I don't know how good of a translation Dune and all those movies are to the books, though. So maybe that might not be the best. But at least give us a better show. Like, please, bro. Like, give us this animated. And do it animated so that way you have to start over and you don't you know what I mean? Do it to where you have to start from the beginning of the story in an animated form so we don't have to do you know what I mean? All of this, ridiculousness, we don't have to worry about it. Just do it animated so we can start from the jump. We can get everything the way it is supposed to be, look the way that it's supposed to look. And then even if we get the inner monologue, guess what? We might be used to it or we might be down for it because every anime has an inner monologue at some point. And I feel like that's the best way that you could fit that in there. And then, you could just go for season after season on some One Piece shit and just keep cranking it out. And because it's done, so just make it. I mark my words, Wheel of Time fandom. If I ever become famous, and if I ever become rich, and if I ever become a millionaire, I will do everything in my power to ensure that this project will be created. But if that doesn't happen, I'm still gonna put out hashtag save what. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Chris from Watt Wiki recently made a comprehensive chart of ideal family relationships. Ooh, Rapunzel, if you could drop that in the Discord, I'd be loving that. I would love to check that out and see what's going on. It might be spoilery for me though, but I would love to see that and see what's going on. RJ was like Angelican or Episcopalian. Oh, Episcopalian or some flavor of Protestant. Oh, Episcopalian and was interested in Freemasonry. Man, I mean, everybody got a little interest in Freemasonry for one reason or another. They just don't know it yet. Just checked out that chart. I have bookmarked it. It still hurts my brain, but good for reference. I love that. We had fun when we were making that one. I just reposted in the Discord for others. Oh, okay. They combined all four wise ones into the two wise ones you see in the show and kept the names Bear and Mullane. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I understand. I love how on point the wise one the wise ones are. Yeah, they already knew Avi was about to be doing all of that. Yeah, do not take her shit. Tell her supervisor about this. Point blank period. Like, don't let her go crazy. It was so nice to have the whole team together again, and now they're splitting up again. I like them together, but I also like them split up because when they are together, they're all so scared of each other in one way or another, right? Like Matt and Perrin are scared of Rand. And Rand are worried about Matt. Everyone is like has these pre-existing understandings of who these people are as characters, which is a good thing because they're friends. But that also is hurting everybody because they are not really able to see past that yet. Even with Rand, right? Rand is literally walking around with flaming swords of justice and they're terrified of him and all this stuff. And Perrin is riding for him into battle and Matt is terrified and trying to get away from the battle and all these things are going on. So I understand why they have to split up because everyone's journeys are going in different directions and I love it. I actually love that. Don't get me wrong, the whole found family thing is cool. And I love it in Avatar The Last Airbender. I feel like Avatar The Last Airbender subverts every single thing that this book is doing and tries to do it differently. The more I find out about this world, the more I just understand Avatar The Last Airbender from a completely different aspect. I don't know if the creators of that have ever said anything about Wheel of Time being an inspiration to them, but God damn, you can literally see it all over the show. It's everywhere in every aspect of the world building and all the bones. It's like it's legit everywhere. It's crazy. It's honestly insane. But nah, yeah. I can't wait to see where everyone goes next. I'm hoping that we get to see our guy Tom and Matt like really locked in here again. At the very least. Tom and Matt, Rand and Perrin, Elaine. Tom and Matt, Rand, Perrin, Elaine, and wait, is Perrin going with them to the Aiel Waste? If Perrin ends up going to the Aiel Waste, I might lose my shit. Let's hope that that's not what happens here, because then I will be a little furry. I'll be a little furry so that they ain't let us see that. We spent 3 books waiting on the reunion, and then it's over just like that. I guess that's a good point. Damn. That's such a good point. Damn, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about it in that way. I guess we have been waiting for them to get together, and now they're just boom. Oh, you need more than 4 hours for most of these books. I feel that. Book 10, maybe 30 minutes. Nah, don't do them like that. I was confused for a second when you said Percy Jackson, but you meant Peter Jackson. There you go. That dude. Peter Jackson, who didn't Peter Jackson also do Percy Jackson and the Lord of the Rings? Like crazy. Give it to him. Give it to him, LBF. Give it to Percy and Peter. See who can make a better one. 12 to 16 hours. It got to be a show. You got to give us a show with like 12 episodes and not bullshit. You know what I mean? Literally do 12 episode show, lock in. Or 20, give us 20 episode anime, lock in. Exactly. One Piece for this series, bro. Like that's the way to do it. Thousands of episodes and it's just never it just keeps going, not never ending, but you know just look at it like that. Like, bro, we are going to be making the One Piece for sci-fi fantasy amazingness. My grandfather was a Mason. I've been to a couple of functions. It's mostly old dudes sitting around bitching about their wives and having a beer when other people are around. But we all know the freaks come out at night. A friend and I went through doing a comparison of Atla and Watt. It's crazy. There has to be something there for real. Like there's so many subversions on certain things that are going on, you know? And I don't know what they did with like season 2 of it, you know, like season 2 feels not as much. Season 2 doesn't feel as Wattish as season 1 does, but it's still like, damn, bro. And I'm nervous that the further they get away from the Wheel of Time blueprint, the worse the show is going to continue to be. Not saying that Legend of Korra was bad, but you know, it wasn't bad. If Matt and Tom team up, what are they going to get up to? I mean, it really, to me, I feel like Matt is going to be on a one-way trip trying to get his ass back to that White Tower to get to that red door. So I think Tom is going to be like, oh, go to the White Tower? I haven't been to the White Towers and since let's get this Cadarvin. Because, you know, Tom's been everywhere, bro. So I have no doubt that he's been inside of the White Tower performing for the Amerlin seat at one point. You know what I mean? This dude gets around. I don't know how far they get, but that's kind of where I feel like they're going. Like Matt and Tom go to the White Tower. Perrin and Fail, I feel like they're probably not gonna go to the waste. I just don't feel like that's gonna happen. So we'll probably, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we find out in the next chapter. Door in the Tower was a show thing. Oh. All right, my bad. Literally. I understand. Yeah, they definitely were yeah. So maybe they just stay there, go into the door. They stay there. Everyone else is going where they're going. Everyone is going to go where they got to go. Cuz they're already in tier right now, right? So I think you know, boom. We already know Nynaeve and them are going to Tanchico. Maybe Tom doesn't stay with Matt. Maybe he just does go to Tanchico. Because I could see him being like, bro, I'm getting up out of here, Matt. You're tripping, bro. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go to Tanchico. Bars. I could definitely see that happening. But I feel like Matt wants to get to that red door, bruh. I feel like he wants some answers about his luck, where he's going, where he's been, where he's going to go next. I feel like all of that shit is haunting him low-key, so he really needs answers. And I feel like the only way he's going to get those answers is if he goes into that red door. I feel like that's what he thinks. So I don't think there's another option for Matt other than going into that red door. I would be surprised if Matt didn't go into that red door almost immediately. or at least stay back until everyone left so he could go into the door and just act like he's not going with anyone for other reasons or whatever. I could definitely see that happening. I feel like we're gonna get the whole band has been together right now, so it would make sense if everyone splits up. You know, Per and Fail, they go together, and then Egwene and Rand, they go together, even though they're not together anymore. If they end up hooking up, now that Rand Lane is a thing, I'm gonna be pissed. I might crash out. So just remember I'm saying this if something like that is going to happen. I might crash out. Because she ain't even in the trifecta. You know what I mean? Like, stay in your lane, Egwene. Um, you know, I don't know what the hell is gonna happen next though, bro, because this continues to be so different. Like everything in the book is so different from my expectations in the show. I mean, the red door wasn't even in the white damn tower. It's here. Like everything is different, bro. So I gotta like wash my brain and brush my mind's eye and get all of the show stuff out of here and just really focus on what's going to be partaking strictly within this book series. You feel me? Because god damn was they. I mean, damn, bro. I don't know what they was doing on the show, bro. Now that I'm thinking about it, bro. Like the more I think about it, it's like, bro, what? 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 You know what I mean? Like, what was y'all doing, bro? Like, maybe I just don't know. Again, it's insane because Avatar The Last Airbender, the live action Netflix show, is so similar to Wheel of Time, the live action Prime show. Like, those things are so similar to each other. Season 1 of Wheel of Time and season 1 of the live action Avatar The Last Airbender. Those are so similar with how they just completely shuffle the entire board of lore and world building and aspects of everything that's happened and then make something completely different but still try to stay on par with the course of what happened in the actual show, but trying to change it up for people that are watching for the first time and wanting to change it up because who the writers are and they want to also tell their own story. Like, brother, whoa. Like, might need to chill out, not gonna lie. Because I'm not the biggest fan of that live action Avatar The Last Airbender because just of how they absolutely like hornswoggle things at times. And now I'm starting to think, like, does this show do that too? Like, did the Wheel of Time show hornswoggle things? I don't know. I don't know, man. But again, I haven't read enough of the books to be like, oh, that's why the show did that. Because that is kind of like a rubber band effect that I did feel like was happening as I was reading book 1 and 2, since I had already watched the seasons. It was like during the reading, I would get like right here, and I would be like, bro, why did they do that? And then I would get like, this is the show, this is the book. I would be somewhere where in the show, no, here's the show, and I would be reading the book, and I'd be like, why did they do that with this? And then when I get past that point of what was happening in the show in the book, I'm like, oh, this is why they did this thing in the show, because they had to get ready for this thing way down here. So maybe it makes sense in that light. But damn, bruv. I don't know. I don't know, man. This book is fantastic. I absolutely love it. I need an anime made from this immediately because we need things to be the way things are portrayed. Immediately. But with yeah, a lot of decisions come from a whole series perspective, and it's really hard to try to fit everything from 15 books into even 64 episodes, and we only got 24. Yeah, that is crazy, bro. Like, that's crazy. This is not the type of show. This project is not the type of thing that you go season by season to get greenlit, you know? Like that's just not the strat with this. Because there's way too much going on. Like you gotta have like seasons at a time being like greenlit. You know, if you're gonna do it that way, like all right, let's get 3 seasons lit at a time, not like one season by season. No, bro, like seasons 3. Let's get the first 6 seasons locked in. Okay, we got that. Let's go. It went even bigger. All right, boom. Next 3 seasons locked in to get okay. Because you got to give it time to grow. You got to give it time to hit the audiences. You got to give it time for all of that. And I don't feel like this show got the time. You know what I mean? It didn't get the promotion. It didn't get any of that, and we need that for sure. So hopefully we can see something like that occur. And it's kind of sad to see this can't get canceled, and then you turn and you look to the left and then you see Game of Thrones making another spinoff, and it's like, fuck. You know what I mean? It's like, god damn, bro, like shit. Oh, another Game of Thrones. Awesome. Like that. That's exactly what I wanted, bro. Like, oh, bruh. Oh, if I were Harriet slash Team Jordan, I would demand a full series order to greenlight any future adaptation. I agree. That's a really good point, though. You gotta get something, bro. Like you can't have a 14-book series and you're gonna greenlight me one season to see if it works. Like the books probably don't even catch the stride until book 4, as we've kind of discussed. So you need at least those first 3 seasons to lock in, you know? Like you need those first 3 seasons to lock in, bruh. I think 3 to 5 is a really good block for something that is a completed series that's getting adapted, right? Like, damn. At least we have a finished book series, though. That's very true. That's very true. Only a network with cojones will be able to do the whole story. Yeah, that's true. Sony, Sony, bruh. That's what I'm saying. Sony got everything. Damn near everything that's on Prime Video is from Sony, which is wild to even think about. Like damn near everything that is on Prime Video is made by Sony. That shit is wild when you start watching shit and then it just all is like Sony Pictures or Sony Motion Pictures, Sony Productions. It's like, damn, son. What what deal do they have together that I don't know about? Gotta be a big one. But all right, chat. I definitely appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in and vibing out with your boy today, bro. I love these portions, this chapter, man. This book is just so good, brother. It's just so good. I was on time until my watch died on me, so sorry about that. Sorry for anybody that didn't want to be here for 4 hours today, but I had a good time, and I hope you guys did too. I definitely appreciate all the love and support from you guys. If you haven't already, make sure you like the video because it helps out tremendously around these parts. And again, also, please be sure to go and follow the From Watcher to Reader channel so you guys can stay tuned in with all of that, all the new content that I'm going to be posting there. You know what I mean? If you guys would like to help out and support what we do here at Marvel Bros and all of our networks that we are going to be, branching off into, please go ahead and subscribe over there on Patreon, or you can just donate straight to Marvel Bros. I don't even know if I got a donate link somewhere. We got the Patreon, we got all the stuff. Definitely check out those Whatnot links that I dropped earlier if you haven't already. If you don't know about Whatnot, Whatnot is it's really the nerdy place it's the place to get all of your nerdy items, bro. Whether that be Pokemon cards, whether that be action figures, vintage comics, anything, bro. They got a little bit of everything on Whatnot. So make sure you follow that link, go over there, check something out, grab something. If you don't have a Whatnot account, go ahead and follow this link, make something, buy something. You feel me? You know, click both of the links. You know, hit the first link and then hit the second link. You know what I'm saying? Or create your account and then, you know what I'm saying, hit that first link, the affiliate link. Either way, get on in there. You want to get you something, get you some. You feel me? If you sign up under my stuff, you'll get $15 in credit to get you some Pokemon cards or some dope like that. Whatever you want over there on Whatnot, go check it out. It's a dope platform. I definitely use it. I got, like I said, I filled this up so far off of Whatnot, doing different things on there, getting some custom cards. Shout out to my not custom cards, but you know, shout out to my Lucario. And then I also got a Japanese slab for a Typhlosion. Yo, I love Typhlosion. Typhlosion is so dope. And I got this Japanese slab. Look at that. So, yeah, man, go check it out. Go check out Whatnot. Follow my links and all that good stuff. Yep, click both of them. You feel me? Click both of them. All right, y'all. I definitely appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Next week, we will be getting into the next chapters, man. We got an updated chapter shit going on here because, of course, we were not here for a while there. So there is that updated thing for next week. We got episode. Is that right? Are we in episode 2 right now? Is this episode 2? Yep. Next week, we'll be doing episode 3, season 4, episode 3 of our From Watcher to Reader season for The Shadow Rising. Episode 3 is going to be covering chapters 13 through 18, and that is going to be next week on the 5th. Can you guys believe it is already the end of October? Like, what the hell? What the hell, What the hell, on Friday, on Halloween Day, we will be doing a watch party for none other than It. Welcome to Deary. You guys are definitely going to want to be there for that. You can also follow me on my Twitch channel, Sensei Finito, to stay up to date with all of my gaming stuff. I've been playing the new Battlefield game. I'm hoping to play some spooky games over there as well. So go check me out on that thing. Yeah, man, check me out on all the platforms, any platforms that you're on, whether it be music, podcasts, video games, man, anything entertainment, you can probably find my face somewhere near it. All right. I definitely appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure you Google me at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my stuff that I be doing. Don't forget to follow our platforms at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And of course, From Watcher to Reader will be updated with all of the videos that we'll be doing. And I'm going to be dropping the first video that I'm probably going to drop on there is my instant reactions for all of the Shadow Rising stuff and more. So you guys have been awesome tonight. I love this book, and I can't wait to continue it, man. I cannot wait to continue it. I have no idea what happens next. Everybody thinks that Moiraine wants a war, and all Moiraine wants is to end all of this bullshit that's going on. So we're going to see how far we get next week. With all that, I hope everybody has a good rest of their night, day, evening, whatever time it may be, wherever you may be. And I appreciate y'all rewatching here as well. And I'll see you on the next one. Stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior, sleep well and wake.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties.
We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one.
Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.